God, I love this song and you less than 3.
Oh my god. Hello, everyone. Sorry, I forgot that I had like 15,000 things I needed to set up. Glint. Yeah, no, I still haven't fixed my bot. I'm sorry. Uh. Focus, please. Hello. Hey. Hello. Is this hottie? I don't know. Hello. I forgot that I had to set up my green screen and stuff, so thank you. Tattoo Cam, yeah. Molly Rose, thank you so much for the follow. Alice, thank you so much for the 40-month sub. Okay, let me say hi to everyone because there is a lot of people in here already, and I'm like, Bites, hello. Butt Spot is here. Trauma, Gold. Try. Midnight. Hello, hello. The Code. Alice, Charlie. Molly Rose. So many. Hello. Glint. Okay, hi. Hello. Yeah, my bot thing isn't working because I had set it up and then I decided to factory reset my PC and then I haven't fixed it after, so soon. TM. Shirt looks awesome. Thank you. It's Alice has the exact same one. She copied me totally. No, but literally, I was like, yeah, I know you bought it first, Alice. But I was at the store and I'd seen Alice like buy it and I'd seen like a picture of her with it. And I went to the store because I wanted to like find some clothes too, and I found this one. And I'm like, this one looks cute. I didn't even think about like Alice having bought it or anything. I'm like, this one looks cute. I'm gonna buy this one. And then I come back home and I realize after taking a picture of myself in it, I'm like, oh, this was the exact same one that Alice has. But I mean, I don't know, I'm not complaining. We're just twinning, you know, so. Also, is the music a bit loud, maybe? Anyway. Hold on, you're scrolling through our DMs? Because that's gonna take you out a minute. God, no. Yeah, no, because that would take, like, fucking 10,000 years. Anyway, yeah, hi. It's me. I don't know what I want to do today. I don't know. I just knew I wanted to stream. But I didn't know what I wanted to do. So I was like, okay, I'll just start the stream and then like we'll see like what we end up doing. I don't know. I think so. Okay, I'm in a situation right now where I'm like, I want to speedrun everything. I'm like, okay, I want to learn Horizon Forbidden West. I want to do Hollow Knight, but I'm doing that in 2 weeks. I want to get back into Titanfall. I want to run Solar Ash. I want to do Dragon Age. Blah, blah. And then it just keeps going, and I'm like, what do I choose? I don't know. And then Pickerwill. Thank you, Clint. Mark III March practice. That's what I'm thinking too. I'm like, if I begin getting into Titanfall again now, I have time to like learn all of the strats and stuff. Because I, you know, sure, I participated in Mark II March, but like I didn't really get to practice any crouch kicks or like implement any of that into my run. So I'm like, okay, maybe I can begin de-rusting that, like just do what I can from memory and then look into tutorials and then, you know, learn all of the new tech and blah blah blah, right? It's yeah, it's getting the time to do everything, right? It's the thing. Because it was different like when I was unemployed, you know, then I had like all of the time. Hi Bob the Slayer, hello. Yeah, it's hard. Also, actually, while I'm at it, I'm gonna. Does my Discord link still work? Yes, it does. You should join my Discord. I post there whenever I go live. Also, I should probably. There we go. Discord.lemura.com. I'm sorry. It doesn't work yet. I am gonna buy a domain at some point, eventually. Sent. Okay, chat, okay. I can show all of this. It's not. Yeah, yeah. Let's ignore all of that. Let me get myself back in here. Where the fuck am I? Hello? Why is this? Sure. That's the wrong one. This one. There we go. Unicorn, unicorn. Why did it show up as unicorn? Off-screen bottle. Yeah, it's my water bottle. It's using the nice words thing. Yeah. Hi, Clidley, aka unicorn. Anyway. Here's the receipts, all right? So Alice has the exact same shirt. Exact same one, right? She got it first. She got it first. So it's the same one. Same one. Right? She got it first. And like we're talking about something and I'm like, Alice, the shirt is identical. Because I realized that it's the exact same one. And yeah, no, she's going off about me. She's like, sure you didn't know. It's like, I'm really stealing my styles. I mean, Alice, what can I say? You're hot, okay? So I'm trying to like, you know, pull a bit myself. I'm still in a style next. Hell yeah, Clidley. Hell yeah. Yeah, everyone steal it. Everyone steal it. Let's fucking go. Are we all getting matching shirts? Hell yeah. Hey, Trauma, thank you so much for joining my Discord. Can we see them feet? Why? Anyway, I'll be studying lurking. I'll check in later. Okay, bye, Clidley. Bye, love you. Next meetup, we'll have matching outfits. Hell yeah. It's acid pussy. Clint. Can you see this band? Thank you, Alice. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, so matching shirts. But I mean, we both look hot in it, so the shambles your tongue would have been. Okay. So, I've talked about this a bit. I think I talked about it a bit last stream. But a lot of you do know that I want to get into game dev and stuff like that. And I have some thoughts and ideas. I suggested this in my Discord as well, where like we do like I make a game on stream, like from conceptualization to until it's a finished product, right? And I want to begin doing that every now and then, because then it'll be like I'm learning on stream and like experimenting and trying to keep the scope very limited and like tiny, so it's actually like doable and finishable. Because it doesn't need to be anything advanced. Like if it's a 5-10 minute game, that's fine as long as it's like a completed product, right? Thank you, Morgan, so much for the follow. And so I have an idea, right? I just got like a Google Doc here, full of like different game themes that I pulled from different game jams and stuff. So I'm thinking probably what's gonna happen, at least what I'm thinking, is we pull like, I wonder you got that from. Yeah, I wonder too. Just gonna pull like a random theme, either pulling a few different ones and then have chat vote on it, or just like letting it be completely random, and then make figure out a concept on stream, figure out one core mechanic that we're gonna do, and then begin building the game from there. And then, you know, at least try and do that like once a week. I'm thinking probably every Saturday would work out the best for me, I think. Not 100% sure. Would kind of have to see. So that's my thoughts there. Wonder where you got that from. Ludum Dare, Alice. It's a game jam that's going on right now. And yeah, one of my goals this year is to like be able to participate in in a game jam or two, and just like get something made as well in that kind of time. But I need to have like learned, you know, a lot of the basics, and be able to actually make something, you know, and know like what it takes to go through everything. Yeah, that's my thought process there. Also, hi Kavut, hello. Yeah, I'm excited to make them. That's why I'm thinking like if I can do it like once a week, Alice. If I can do it once a week, then I have something to go out from, right? Yeah, no, I agree. Alice was spending a lot of time on that boss. Yeah, I think that is the whole game. uh think about what you've done. Okay. Where's my camera? Yeah, sure, that works. For now, I counter from 60 seconds. Okay, but then, what do we do for today? Is the question. Cause I'm like, I could begin speedrunning something. Derusting Titanfall would be cool since March isn't that far away, and it's most likely gonna be another tournament this year, and I want to participate and stuff. Also we can just play a game casually, work on like a platinum. I do want to learn the Horizon Forbidden West speedrun. If I'm gonna do New Game Plus, I still need to get some more items, so like we can just vibe and like do side quests and stuff there. Because I've already completed it, but I'm doing it on New Game Plus, and then I need to do more side quests to like get some specific New Game Plus weapons. So like I'm down to vibe with that. I'll put it to a vote, I think. Democracy. Okay, so Horizon Forbidden West vibing, Titanfall 2 derusting. What else? Any other suggestions? I mean, just like play a game casually. Bug snacks. Welcome back, Caboose. Oh. Act out again. Alright, sure. This works. There's a poll. Wow. Alice threatening you in my chat. Okay, so there's 3 votes for Titanfall 2 derusting right now. 2 for playing a game casually, 1 for Forbidden West vibes. 4 for Titanfall 2. 5 for Titanfall 2. The speedrunners. Ruining your fun, Alice. Oh no. I mean, still plenty of time for the vote. Fucking speedrunners, I know, right? Fuck the speedrunners, dude. um 6. Okay, so basically if Titanfall 2 ends up winning, then what's gonna happen is I'm probably just gonna try and go through the game as I remember it. Like try and just like de-rust as I remember. And then I'll implement crouch kicks and all of the new tech after. You know, something along those lines. Sub 90 de-rust, let's go. What the fuck was my time again? I know that I used to be, back in the good old days, when I last actually ran the game, I was 19th place. That time has since dropped down to 55th. So I have a bit of a climb to go back up. So 7 for de-rusting so far. I want to know who voted for what. PP right now, that's not gonna happen, Try. It's not gonna happen, and you know that. I might have put the poll on for too long, but that's fine. That's fine. We have like 2 more minutes. That's right. I need to beat you, Try. That's my goal. That's my goal this time around. Beat your time. Be better than Try. Actually, my goal, I want to beat Sapphire. I want to beat Sapphire. Get up to 23rd. Again, I'll just shamelessly promote my Discord. You should join it. I post there whenever I go live. Also, for anyone that's here and that haven't already, remember for my announcements, I'm no longer using @everyone. I'm using at Twitch and at YouTube and stuff like that. And you can get those roles in the Rules and Roles channel. Joella, thank you so much for joining my Discord. More than enough, ready to run away. Molly Rose, thank you so much for joining my Discord. Oh my god, so many cuties joining. Wow. Okay, Alice Bet. You got this. So many cuties. Yeah, they're all cuties. All cutie patooties. Morgan, thank you so much for joining the Discord. Thank you all. It's like, okay, I haven't been consistently streaming, you know, for the past half year. And it's been like, well, one, I have a lot going on at work and it like drains me, right? Because first of all, it's not a job that I want to do. And so it takes a lot of energy, and then, you know, I get home and I'm just tired and I don't want to do anything, but I do want to stream, but then I'm like, I don't know what I want to stream, right? So it's like, oh. Okay, Titanfall 2 de-rusting. I guess, we're doing Titanfall 2 speedruns. Wow. No way. No. Okay. Rust be gone. That's the wrong thing. Let me turn off my console. I'm launching the things. Launching the things, doing the stuff. So I need to set up my overlay and stuff for this because I don't have my Titanfall overlay anymore. I need to put this in full screen too. Keep resolution. Let me just get into a level. I don't know why it's taking 10,000 years to load into this level right now. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna put this image here for now so I can set up some stuff. Because I made a new input overlay for Titanfall. You're making it load forever. How could you? How could you? Sure. Here somewhere. Yeah. Gives me a lot of space. Is the input overlay good where it is, you think? So if I remove this one, go here. So much room for activities, yeah. So, it is very, like, center... I mean... I think this works, right? Because it, like, kind of fits with where it is in terms of the UI. Dead. Oh, yeah. Sick. You still got it. Hell yeah. Okay, no. So it is... It does overlap with the dialogue box. Should I move it? Should I move it, like, here instead? like in front of my camera. Is that better? What do you guys think? I think it looks good. Because it's very like it blends in, right, when it's not active until I like click on the things and then it like shows up. Yeah, I think this is good. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna keep it like where it is for now. And then we will see. Okay, it's just running through. Make that loop. Go through just that. Do I need live split right now? Should probably put it up, right? So much the better. Nothing more than broke. And honest, let the good ones go. Maybe. Titanfall 2 speedrun de-rust thing. Ooh. And let the good ones go. Boom. That's that updated. So everything I spent my whole life fighting. So when I walk out, it's not your fault. Okay, and then let's go. Let's go up here. Compare against average segments, I guess. It's probably the best bet there. I think that's all good. Think I'm ready to go. Maybe. And I lost myself before. Help me, but I can say. Yeah. I can see clearly now, now. Did it sound easy? I don't need a kiss goodbye. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. I can cover all of this. I don't think I'm gonna be popping off that hard though. Yeah, so what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna go through it and like see what I still have of muscle memory, and then after that I'm gonna begin like focusing on learning new things. You want to race bites? Don't need a kiss goodbye. La, 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 la. Wow, everyone. Want to offer promotion of my channel. How about I promote a band? No way you want big follows? Dude, me too. I want to listen to this one again. I mean, to be fair, Bites, I'm like, we'll see what I remember. Let's just, do it. Sick. Okay. Remember, no double jump.
步枪兵库珀，我们走吧。该死！
该死！
一定重启过了，我们得重新设定。觉得这样可以吗，库珀
Yeah.
好了，我们走，我们看看你记得多少。设定神经连线，和泰坦连线类似，但不一样。学新技能得有正确的心态。啊，好多了。加快动作，开启跳跃装备辅助。跳跃装备以自然稳定的原则运作，校准你的跳跃装备以移动方式，经过强化后和像视觉反应一样自然。
I realize the music is too loud compared to the game, so I can't hear sound cues.
简单的二连跳，跟着换。苦学心仪以后，我们夺回了4分之1的边境，反抗军越来越不规模，每天都有更多的人加入来对抗爱人。
I don't remember. Nope. 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 Nope, that's the wrong button. It's this one. Alright, I'm just gonna do this for now. Some helmets run. Oh no, dialogue choices. Ah. Oh god.
不是只有铁玉才能呼叫吗？
这只是模拟机，不是真的。但首先需要更多空间。BT，那是我的搭档， 先锋级，反抗军自行研发。这是我们首次自行设计的泰坦，不是向 IMC 偷来的。呼叫你的第一架泰坦吧。看上面，天上，来了。好了，步枪兵，看来有大事要发生了。我带你。
Sure.
所有非必要系统。
库珀，准备好。
别急，克罗，他刚离开虚拟实境，需要点时间适应。他没问题的，相信我。
是，长官。
全体就战斗位置。这不是
注意，他们杀过来，他们想要杀过来，训练的还不错。有一天你会熟练它。
It's
I
time
don't know
to
why, but
speed
when I read your kit
dating.
and I
Let's
read it as
go.
love to speed
Hi,
dating.
Magnus.
没时间了，
How's it going, baby?
安德森。
畜生！我们下面见。
今天会看到一颗新的星球，说不定就死在那里了。
Yeah, Magnus tries your date. Yeah, everyone that's in the stream right now gets assigned to someone randomly in chat, and then you have to date.
快滚出那个模拟舱，库珀，运输机上碰头。
How much time? Did we ever establish that, Alice? Is it Cyan showed you? I think so. Until next reset. Yeah, and I mean, I'm not resetting this run, so... Takes too much time. There's a new playlist. It's a vibe. Lem Tinder. Vacker Tinder isn't working out, okay? So we're not making Lem Tinder a thing either. Taking forever. Oh right, since last time I properly run to the 18-hour cutscene skip is a thing as well now, where like we skip that cutscene and then ooh, thought I was gonna die for real. Did the time automatically go up? Yes, cool, because I wasn't paying attention. Right, no double jumps. Alright, sick. No. Ah, I forgot to pick up the gun. The Eva. No! Ah, Okay, that was sure. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Ooh. Yeah, it sucks that I didn't pick up the Evo. Okay. Nope. Nope. I don't remember. Don't remember. Okay. I don't know. Nope. I don't remember how to do this. Going this way. Why am I? Sure. Oh, it's gonna be a lot of me just being like, blah, 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 blah. What the heck do I do? And then, nope, 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 nope. Sure.
我的系统正在重启，有3个电池将会加速程序，我会在这里等待。
Oh.
在我能行动之前，我会透过头盔无线电协助你。
Nope, nope, nope.
铁玉，地图系统已重启，反抗军第9舰队发动突袭，我们大幅偏离原定目的地，这里是敌军领土，小心行事，此地不宜久留。
Fuck you. Sure. No. Ah. I mean, to be fair, it's not like the worst thing. Sure. Blah, blah, blah. Oh my god.
能量全开。铁玉，必须先建立神经连结才能继续。准备完，请登机。
Am I gonna... Yeah, no, it's gonna be like a bad time regardless. I'm kind of enjoying getting back into it though, for sure.
协议1，连线铁域，神经连线中。神经连线完成。步枪兵杰克·库珀，你现在确认是 BT-7274的代理铁域。协议2，坚守任务，命令是要继续特殊作业217，跟安德森少校会合。我侦测到敌方部队来袭。协议3，保护铁域。
So listening to this music, I was talking to Alice about this too. Moonlighter is a game that I'd like to platinum at some point. It just seems like it's a lot of playing the game a lot, you know.
铁域驻守舱启动了，这个监射型火箭舱可同步锁定多个敌军目标，按钮按下越久，可锁定的目标越多。
Kill them all.
神经连线完成，主武器控制与动作连线已重新建立。铁域侦测到敌方泰坦。
Jesus, my phone is popping off. You sure about this? Hello, phone. And there was something, yeah. And boom. Nope. Sure.
我们的战斗效率评分增加了。铁域，我侦测到有更多 IMC 回收队在路上。我们要生存的唯一机会是完成跟安德森少校会合的任务。在那之前，我们得靠自己。标记抬头显示。
好的。
我们必须动作快。
Oh, it's this button. It's just space, right? Yeah, what are the inputs? Who? Yeah, thank you everyone for joining the Discord and stuff. It's pretty cool.
IMC 会继续寻找我们。我们生存的唯一机会是与安德森少校在离这里60公里处会合。我们要生存，就得懂得应变和适应。
这里是袋熊32，我们伤亡惨重，有没有反抗军的部队？请帮帮忙！那是友方先锋级泰坦，我们损失惨重。那是 BT 吗？先锋级见到你校尉，我们需要些帮助。
Hey, tone slide, let's go. I know there's some other route here too, where you kind of just like go zoom.
铁域，这个泰坦武器的设计很先进，对我们有战术上的优势。
Grenade boosting, yeah.
铁域，装备锁定敌人，发射追踪导弹，标记他们，这对战斗很有帮助。
A gold, apparently.
警告：毒物已扩散至大厅，启动安全气压过渡舱程序。
安全气压过渡舱已封闭，你被困在控制室了。你必须找另一条路出去，我们只能分头行动了。
听着，这是肯恩 ，IMC 跟反抗军的脑。
我正在追踪你的位置，建议你寻找出口。
Oh. Sure.
我已在你的行进路径上侦测到反抗军友军，他们也许需要协助。
很高兴见到友邦铁域长官，我们小队可被打得难了。
Sure.
有毒排放物可能造成人身伤害。
Okay.
看待防护。有毒排放物方正在过滤自动处理。
我听说有些先锋级泰坦和 SRS 铁狱在击杀过的
No. Get out of me way.
警告：3A区有绿设施体，请尽速清除。
希望你比我上一次干掉那个强。
有毒排放物方正在过滤自动措施设施。
铁狱小心行事。
Oh. Bump launching.
铁狱，我们的道路将在前方交汇。铁狱，流量调节门挡住我们通过这个设施。
I don't remember which one that you're supposed to click.
保全部队准备好了，铁狱。
Rocket.
发现铁狱，神通信进了你，兄弟。
我也很高兴
Oh.
看到你关闭烂泥流的控制。
Yeah, this is fucked up.
你的抬头显示有标记。
最后还是得自己。好了，
政
废物，
府
够了，我来了。
启动紧急关闭公里。
No, BT. Come back to me. Baby, please.
帮扶关闭机制20%。
Ah.
协议
Okay, it's the first one, not the second. Yeah.
命令是要继续特殊作业217，跟安德森少校会合。
你可没被邀请来肯恩的派对，所以你得死。好好，真好，有一个落跑英雄，还带着一地 SRS 先锋级泰坦。哇哦，这才像话嘛！
Wow.
真强的对战吧。废物，让好戏上场吧。
Do I remember the strats? No, absolutely not. There's tone.
它会伤害自身。但取核心就是。
Sick.
做得好。肯恩的头盔无线电未遭破坏，我建议你回收它。
泰坦和铁狱正在强行进入设施。
志荣，我是布里斯克 ，IMC 快完全封闭圣柜了，该准备天龙星了。
收到，我抓到了3个反抗军的人，该怎么处置他们？
杀了他们。
马上到，斯隆，完毕。
解密敌方通讯的能力在战争史中有着重要的地位，这将对我们有利。要生存，就得继续前进。
Okay. Abyss 1, let's go. Prage. Isn't there an out of bounds route here now? I don't remember if it was faster or not. Yeah, surprise! I don't know the out of bounds route, so. But only if you're a god at it. Gotcha.
安德森少校走的是这条路，他可能是到汇合点的捷径。
Not worth for anyone but top runners.
小心前进。
I thought you were a top runner, try.
艾许，我是布里斯克，收到没？完毕。
我是艾许，说吧。
isn't a top runner. You're talking to the person that did KRS for my first day. Like a fucking stubborn ass I was. The ragdoll. Hey, let's go. Whew. No, it's this. Yep. It's this one. Oh, no, I'm supposed to put down those first. Sure.
火焰核心部署，双泰坦到底。做得好，铁玉，你的技术
做得好铁玉
神速。铁玉，这码头的货梯是条捷径，看看你的抬头显示就能找到控制台。
I don't think I was supposed to do it this fast.
铁玉，我需要协助。
警告！警告！13号码发现未授权泰坦，将泰坦移至资产重置处。
Cool. How's that a gold? How am I ahead? Sure, I'm ahead of average. But how? Can I do railgun? I don't know what that is. Try, I'm sorry. Hardest trick in the game. Oh no. That's not the one I want. I'll take the golds, but I don't know how big of a gold that was. Maybe these splits are like actually ancient. Previous segment minus 48 seconds. Whatever, I guess. Can say like 10 seconds done perfectly. Skips dome launch. I see. And one mistake kills your run. Of course it does.
如果你听到的话，我正被带往这个设施的变电站。
That was a bit too far. I'm supposed to have the Eva, right? But, whoops. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
要你耍小聪明的，必要时就把那地方毁掉，懂吧？布里斯克通话完毕。
体育，我正被他沿着装配线往下带走，可能有共通出口，建议你沿着平台的动线走。体育，这 这设施十分危险，小心生产线上的机械。
Yeah, where the? There we go. Hello. Ooh. Those are ex-buddy guys. Whoa! Yeah, I don't have the Eva, which fucks me up a bit.
铁玉，你还好吗？
Sure. Good enough for me. Let's see if I can get Dome launch. It's been like 15,000 years since I've done it, so... Nope. Do I just die or do I load last checkpoint? I don't remember. It was like back left jump. That's the thing. Jumping way too early, yeah. Woo! I'm not getting the launch I want. Ooh, sure.
铁玉，扫描显示圆顶上方是你最佳的出路，我建议你想尽办法也要上去。
No. That works. It's like here. 所有的哈 T 耶。
于动态模拟圆顶314中载入情境127。
现在，让我们瞧瞧到底有什么。
Nice. Got it. Let's go. Do I remember anything here? Nope.
我正在处理它。我就不能省事我的工作吗？
我劝你尽快处理。
了解了，艾许完毕。
别担心，有了干掉他后的奖金，你就可以去买所有你想要的玩具了。
重新补充猎兽恶区 Charlie，负责21到29号的引爆。
所有 IMC 人员，我是艾许。
我不知道你做了什么
告诉你们个，
但
坏消息，
一连串的爆炸让这些设备放松了。
我已经
我已脱困
将，整座建筑炸毁。
这地方要崩塌了
或许，你
建议
们认为
我们尽
没有这个必
快离开
要。
你离我的位置不远，抬头显示有标记。
我建议你们马上撤离。
这是
BT
高度危险的环境，我建议你登机铁狱，已启动铁狱模式。铁狱发现圆顶外的以后，看你的抬头显示。
保卫模式已启动，无论代价，全力保卫车里的 AMC。
负责50到80号线。
What the fuck was the inputs here? Oh, I have to be crouching, right? And then I was like past this one. Yep. Ooh! It's swallowed into a machine, yes.
控制转给铁狱。
Gonna take me down. And it's like all the way around this edge. Now I can go back in. It's like here on this one. Nope. I'm doing something wrong. I think it's supposed to apply here. Yeah. Sure. I mean, okay. Yeah. It works, yeah. I mean, finish the level. It's gonna get better the more I do it, so. Yeah, it happens. Peace out, there's Kate. I'm a chocolate baby, come and take that shot.
少校在这里调查这座设施，我跟你在另一边汇合。
Oh, I used to do a frag boost here. The fucking tree.
时空扭曲充斥这座设施，而且它们似乎造成了时光出现裂痕。我建议，直到我们有进一步资料，都要小心。铁玉，给我，如果我有他的头盔，就可以分析了。安德森死后，特殊作业217的控制权就转移给你了。库珀铁玉，恭喜你获得擢升。以下为反抗军 SRS 的布里格斯指挥官所简报的安德森的任务。
我需要在地面上的 SRS 深入该水库。
收到，我会找到一些答案的。
我们在灰熊行动中回收的文类。
What was the dialogue here?
我们知道 IMC 已经与副本布里斯克和他的佣兵们签约，要保护那边的某样重要东西，所以注意你的背后，看安德森。你知道我有多爱写死亡报告，所以别自己。
Down.
SRS 是个团队。
So C.
铁玉，安德森少校所收集的数据显示不完整，我们有责任坚守并完成特殊作业217。
Yeah, yeah, okay,
我们
bottom
在
one.
继续前，先找到安德森的腕带装置。
Oh, V.
应该怎么办？
我们的任务已更新。我侦测到安全守卫建筑上有个洞口，我会提供进入的权限。在你调查设施已取得情报和丢失装置时，我会待在这里扫描环状结构。
And then this one was also a dialogue that I had to choose, right? I just picked one.
侦测到未授权，启动自动网权机制。
Not picking up that Eva fucks me. Nope. I have the crotch kick fix on. Have you used any crotch kicks? No. Because I don't know where to use them.
我转移了一些 AI 功能到该装置中，在时间切换时就可以通讯。
设备拦截点，布雷射。瓦力启动，咱们来一个瓮中捉鳖。
No, I'm supposed to change time up there, right? Because if not, this takes like 10 years. Right? Yeah. Sure.
安德森的受损日志可能有些用处。开始播放日志。
安德森重大的发现，他能够这件事情，这绝对会是他们身上。
Fuck. My stream deck doesn't work with the Spotify right now.
不管他们的计划是什么，非常危险。
Well. Rip.
现在不测试圣柜的力量，以后可能就没机会了。俘虏6号，准备传递圣柜。
Then it's like this one or this one.
342，折叠时空武器的能源叫做圣柜。
Please, music, stay silent.
看来他们还没研发出完美无缺的外壳。这个已经空了，圣柜应该在这个地方。
Oh, nope, 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 nope. Sure, whatever. Sure. Nope.
铁玉，这里的轮环有大量残存的圣柜能量，这是圣柜的终点站。安德森的计划中有一件靠近轮环中心的侦察任务。
Ah, rip. Ah.
这是上校的最后一段记录。库珀，根据你对设施的侦查，我有个主意，到外面碰头。
Bruh. That's all I have to say, bruh.
建议到轮环附近跟我会合，并扫描圣柜的能量特征。我找到桥梁延伸至轮环的操控台，抬头显示有标记。
Oh, nope.
似乎曾做过些什么，导致这些先存的自动保全系统现在对你有些敌意。
圣柜超载了！
Cool.
BT，
I've made it so far. Let's go. Let's go.
“很好，铁玉，扫描完成。如安德森发现的 ，IMC 可能使用这个武器的完成版对反抗军的哈莫尼星进行攻击。我们的旅程离结束还早呢，必须将这数据。
Too bad our time machine broke. Would have probably been useful for other parts, right? How is this a gold? I don't get it. This must be really old splits.
库珀铁狱，安德森死了，但只要能和舰队重新连线，我们就能完成他的任务。前方的星际信号台刚好派上用场。铁狱，信号台就在前方。扫描显示，
Right.
维修。
I'm gonna focus on surviving.
未知目标，
Also,
发现敌人。这些潜行者似乎被输入指令攻击控制室。
hi Dune.
注意，我发现物中包含有毒化学物质。
Sure. I killed them all, right?
铁狱，我发现信号台的控制室中有反抗军，他们正在求救。
Sure, that
接
works.
通中，
嘿，外面的铁狱，
敌人已消灭，做得好。这场胜利。
This one, and then boom.
BT 7274呼叫反抗军部队，敌人已被消灭。我建议我们协助。
你救了我们一命，那些潜行者没完没了的，我们可撑不了多久。我们要打开防爆门了，进来吧。麦克科呢？带他们上去。是的，长官。
Oh my god.
上尉，信号台状况如何？
How's it going? How are you doing? Thank you all so much for vibing with me today.
不过这个已经坏了。
名称：电弧装置，功能：产生高达5兆焦耳的能量。
是，怎么知道那是什么？
你能修吗？
没办法，感应器显示分台上还有一个，
Right.
要过去是难上加难。
No, that's after.
了解了，库珀铁狱。我建议在设施分台里面行动时小心一点。你必须取回电弧装置。
布里斯克和他的佣兵都是冷血杀手。
祝你好运。
祝你一路平安，长官。
I am good. Just vibing. Learning or de-rusting Titanfall. It's a lot of it's still there, which is cool. I just know that there's a lot of new stuff I need to learn too. No. No.
我们部队的铁狱几个小时
铁狱，我已连接至你的头盔抬头显示已更新进度，频道随时开启，供你需要时使用。
Rip. Never played Titanfall before. It's a cool game. Definitely recommend it. Nope.
佩服佩服，他们正在控制。
Nope. Sure.
回来了，这看起来像是电弧装置。我们终于抵达地方了。
做得好，库珀铁玉，现在能够启动电力供信号台运作。
电缆准备好了，上尉。很高兴见到你回来。
Let's go. Oh, super fast ball. Oh no. Oh god.
铁玉，希望这电弧装置没让我们白费力气。
注意，前方发现高辐射含量，你的防护衣在房间内只能保护你一段时间。我建议你动作快。
除非你想被烤熟，不然我可不会在里面待太久。好，我一倒数完就会打开闸门。3、2、1，快！
电力达到100%，我建议你迅速离开此房间。
做得好，铁玉，电力可以做的。好了，有电源了，打开防护闸，我们去修复信号台。开始中。
水钻完毕，电力100%。
重启天线锁定。
开始重启连线锁定。
60%、70%、80%、90%。
警告，发现错误，紧急关闭。
Right. I need to get rid of my grenades.
上尉，连线锁定模组已关闭。
该死的 IMC 8成正朝着这里来。
非常有可能。
能透过旁路连通模组吗？没办法，长官，除非你想向整个 IMC 舰队进行广播，我们得手动修复这模组。
铁玉，看来
铁玉
又得靠你了。
希望你不介意再冒一次险，铁玉。你得到现场修复信。
Hi, Damon.
回来。
What's up?
控制转给铁玉。
Nope, it's one up, right?
小心了，我们今天已经在那里失去够多好兄弟们。
扫描显示阵亡铁玉。我记得
It's
这名
this
铁玉在
one.
之地行动中表现非常
Into
出色
here.
摧残之地是
That
在战力星上一场大型燃料争夺战的行
it's
动
going well.
但舰队撑过来。
I can, like, I still have a lot of the muscle memory, right? Because I ran this a lot. Which is cool to see. Like, I still remember ish what to do. And it kind of, like, it's not too hard.
我的扫描器发现了运作中的连线锁定。
Definitely rusty.
28公尺
That's for
我的分析
sure.
结果显示，投掷是唯一的办法。我能够将你扔过去。风力3节，风向274，距离95公尺，投掷质量89公斤。相信我。
IMC 运输船正朝着你过来。
Nope, should have,
A14，我们正在调动部队协助，预计3分钟抵达。在体育潜龙信号台，看到他，全靠你了。
that's good enough.
A14，发现敌方。
You had me on the floor. I used to be an angel.
马上到信号台。
Say to me, oh.
A4，收到没？
Just myself before, help me back, tight me up inside.
发现连线锁定模组，检查开通
Pick these up.
收到，就位于信号台4号购台处，等待拦截。C16，信号台4号购台上的小队已阵亡，铁玉可能是要从那里发送信号。
Ooh.
Z16呼叫李赫特，铁玉的意图不明，他可能是要把我们调离。
Okay.
盯着铁玉，
Made a kiss goodbye.
铁玉模组位于天线的投射器中。
Sick. I made it. What the heck is up with these golds?
协议2，
I don't get it.
获得连线模组，我们等你回来，库珀。
注意进入维修模式。
Oh. Sure. Come to me like that. Alright. I'm comparing against average, Damon.
AR1回报 ，Citron，红蓝，发送退版。
I don't remember what my
反泰坦
PB was.
请求支援。
Kiss goodbye, I'm on my own tonight. La 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 la.
“我建议先保护此区域，再进行维修。将控制转给你。前行者机会。 人机会。
Damon, there's no kitten break right now. Woo. I don't remember if there was a dialogue I'm supposed to pick or not. Yeah. Oh right, they don't explode. Ah, that explains a lot. Gonna do this. I don't know, Surge. That's a good question. Because they're fucking stuck all the time. There we go.
听着，现在要生人军衔，也想取人性命，自己做选择。Jetzt mach ihn fertig。
这会很有趣。
Sure.
敌方泰坦到击，
别让他活着离开。你们同时都该死。
Ah, hi, Tasky. Hello. I am just struggling.
想来场真正的战斗，我们瞧瞧你晋升个人战表现如何。
So something wrong with my splits on this level. I need to fix that. Okay. Cool.
好，所有系统正常。格兰尼尔，启动它。
How are you doing?
程序已启动，有效，通讯能量达25%攀升中，60%，很好。
I don't know, I was just like I was watching my friend Bites like learn Titanfall yesterday and I was like
中等候
it put me really in the mood to like run it again. I don't know why. So here I am. Time for debursting.
布里格斯
There's so many new things I need to learn though, but right now I'm kind of just going through it and seeing like what I remember.
回报情报
Yeah.
属 SRS 单位的舰队。
金属收到，很高兴听到你们还在下面。我们现在正在接收资料。
Bites is a good egg. Extremely tired. It's early for you, right?
资料记录器显示，原来的铁狱已阵亡。
正确，泰拉斯提摩沙上尉已阵亡。现在连线到的是代理铁狱步枪兵杰克库珀。
等一下，拉斯提摩沙要你连线步枪兵。
对，他没有别的选择。
了解，我们会
Do
将
you
你
wanna
转
hit you with that?
反对，库珀是我的铁狱。我们现在的作战效能评分超过
Oh god, trial by fire.
持此连线。
Because this color god is literally on the last legs and silver so just give me yeah. No, I get that. It's like sometimes when I get a cold and it's just like it never ends. Never ends.
台机器很赞许你。
Yeah, no, I'm
你的盛会扫描资料，我们已经
Alright, I was playing in a Titan now for that section when fighting the boss and stuff, but yeah, no, you can pretty much alternate in between. It's a good game. Definitely recommend it. Ah, I see. 11 hours, yeah. Cats are cute though. Very cute. Predicted time 1:35:45. That cannot possibly be right. Right? I don't know. Maybe it sounded a lot better than I thought it was. Is it a small kitten? Or is it a big cat?
听着 ，IMC 研发一种折叠时空武器，它的威力能够摧毁整座星球，但如果没了它的能源盛会，它就没办法运作。你们必须要在盛会离开空军基地前将它夺走。掠夺者军团，武器就绪，等待泰坦降落。
This is the line. It's like here, right? Ah. Oh my god. Do I remember anything of this? No. Sure, we're going. I don't care, Sarah. I'm just gonna take my time here. Then do YouTube tomorrow. Yeah, sure. Sounds like a plan, Alice. Okay, Sarah's here. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Whatever. I was just it takes two. No, I was just burning out, really. I burnt out on streaming. And so, yeah. Oh my god. And then, like, I did pick it up for Mach 1 March and Mach 2 March a bit. Not much, but a tiny bit. And I kind of wanna make sure I participate in this year's tournament too, assuming there is one. I'm assuming there will be, since there's been one for the past 2 years. So I shouldn't have used that one there. Whatever. You want to be matched against me? Hell yeah! Let's fucking go. Oh. Alright, here's the arc. And then it was something like... a possibility of finals being broadcast by GDQ. Ooh, that's cool. Do you all think I can do Barker skip? Oh my god. How the fuck? Oh, 100%, let's go.
获得运输机怪。
视野清楚，目标锁定。
库珀，
有我在，小子。准备好。
巴克，谢谢你现身。
别客气。
马耳他战舰在10点钟方向防守天龙星，无法通过。库珀，我需要一位铁。
Was it here?
防守甲板。
普里格斯指挥官，我是黑
let's see, let's see.
我们可以到他那里。BT，跟我们上去。
Nope. I don't remember what the fuck.
马耳他战舰在10点钟方向防守天龙星，无法通过。
Was it? No, it was like here.
我需要一位铁玉。
Here.
防守甲板。
普里格斯指挥官，我
I
是黑
don't understand it. See.
我们可以到他那里。BT，跟我们上去。
收到64。
Nah, it's supposed to be a bit sooner.
马耳他战舰在
Fitting music for this.
天龙星，无法通过。库珀，我需要一位铁玉登上马耳他防守甲板。
普里格斯指挥官，我是黑鸟64，我们可以到他那里。BT，跟我们上去。
收到64。
Yeah, and it to be a bit sooner. I don't really remember the
马耳他战舰在
the timing.
防守天龙星，无法通过。库珀，我需要一位铁玉登上马耳他防守甲板。
普里格斯指挥官，我是黑鸟64，我们可以到他那里。BT，跟我们上去。
Nope. Hi, Nex. Hello.
马耳他战舰在10点钟方向防守天龙星，无法通过。库珀，我需要一位铁玉登上马耳他防守甲板。
普里格斯指挥官，我是黑鸟64，我们可以到他那里。BT，跟我们上去。
收到
马耳他战舰在10点钟方向。
Doesn't make it easy that I'm listening to music right now.
库珀，我需要一位铁玉登上马耳他防守甲板。
普里格斯指挥官，我是黑鸟64，我们可以到他那里。BT，跟我们上去。
But releasing a bit. Yeah, no, because it is. Yeah, it is there.
方向防守
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
无法通过。库珀，我需要一位铁玉登上马耳他防守甲板。
普里格斯指挥官，我是黑鸟64，我们可以到他那里。BT，跟我们上去。
收到
Oh, okay, okay. No, I got this. I got this.
马耳他战舰在10点钟方向防守天龙星，无法通过。库珀，我需要一位铁玉登上马耳他防守甲板。
普里格斯指挥官，我是黑鸟64，我们可以到他那里。BT，跟我们上去。
收到
Whew.
欢迎到64。
库珀，您好，我们不能将你带到剑桥，铁枪炮绝对过不了。我们在船尾将你放下，然后自己想办法了。
不要左方。
库珀，我会在可能范围内尽量靠近。
Ah.
正好。
I forgot when to slide off. That's fine.
欢迎到64。
库珀，您好，我们不能将你带到剑桥，铁枪炮绝对过不了。我们在
When was it?
放下，然后自己想办法了。
目标左方。
库珀，
跳得好。库珀，
Yeah, sure.
别抢！前面有敌方泰坦警卫，下面需要保全。我是 S4，正与敌方交战。铁骑指挥官，我是坎贝，我们在马耳他的
Mhm.
飞机泰坦直接撑不下去了。
我们正在想办法再撑一下。库珀正前往马耳他的主炮阵地。
我不确定这样可不可行。
库珀，快点！
由于驱动器破损，请弃船，弃船。
有目标。1号炮解决，敌方在枪炮平台上。
Oh.
3号枪炮已解决。
全被干掉了。
我看不到敌人。库珀，等一下，64要登机了。
马耳他 的甲板上还有防空炮台在启用中，靠近前必须从剑桥解除炮台。
交给我。库珀做得好，掩护火力不赖，有我罩你。布里格斯指挥官，我们也需要你的协助。
收到，贝尔，我来了。这座剑桥通过那边的停气坪，有点子吗？
Nope.
我是布里格斯，要我做什么？
Whoa.
关上门，保持平稳。他脑袋坏了。跟我来。他们在后面。
Do I remember anything? Nope.
永远不会地。反抗军部队已经到达了。所有保全部队前往停机坪层。重复，红色代码，保全部队前往停机坪层。会长掩护。
Sure, this is a mess already anyway, so who the fuck cares? Okay.
剑桥就在上面。
Ah. Viper. I don't remember.
楼梯旁的家伙，天狗在夹层里。
成型炸弹预备好了。
哎，库珀，看看64怎么做的。库珀，准备好了吗？好了。破开，破开，破开！安全吗？
安全。
就是这么做。60包在我身上。库珀，去上尉的操控台解除剑桥的枪炮。布里格斯指挥官，马耳他已拿下。
收到64。富国。
My controller isn't working.
使用电子刀。
It's not working with this game.
将 BT 带回给库珀。
没问题，我来了。等一下，铁人。
所有飞行员除掉敌人，到天龙星汇合。就这样。
泰迪，将摇杆向我拉。
Too low.
我方向错了，请拉向左边。
Yeah, bitch, I'm trying.
过高，将摇杆推向前方。
If you don't wanna see me dancing with somebody.
对齐，摇杆拉向右边。
Yeah, dude, I am trying. This is fucking.
我过低往上。64，闭嘴，让他好好驾驶。
Hello?
就这样，你做到了，这是你的态度。
Thank you.
保姆任务完成了。
With the words goodbye.
将控制权转交铁狱。
库珀，我们从后方掩护你，到甲板上
Come
继
on,
续天龙
get
星。
away. I don't remember strats.
铁狱，你的旅程结束了。我掌握了太空，无路可跑，无处可躲。那里攻击恶棍。
布里格斯指挥官，我是 BT7274，毒蛇已解决。
收到。
Okay.
精兵守护盛会，我们会准备好移动。
库珀，我要扔了，
Don't come out. Don't stop
正在
getting
调整风阻，计算中。
Tone Core Viper, that's a bumpkin strat. I honestly I don't remember what I did. So But I mean, hey, as long as it worked.
BT 还好吗？左臂严重受损，不过我仍然可以运作。这艘船正高速。
I think it was Ion Core, right?
正接近圣柜的遏制单位。遏制单位大到无法携带，我们必须随机应变。我无法到达圣柜，库珀，我需要你的帮忙。
Okay.
快点，赶快离舰，时间不多了。这边，库珀。不行，我们被困住了。
你在做什么？
协议3，我不会失去另一位体育的。准备撞击。
Oh. Look at my Hollow Knight tattoo. Okay. Good job so far. Just a bit more.
你的问题不关我的事。你依照合约运送圣柜之后 ，IMC 就会转账给你。
准备好我要的钱，我就会把你珍贵的货物带来，胆小鬼。哎，泰坦，快打开舱门，给我所要的东西。
语音指令无法辨识。
让我把它给撕了。
这太冒险，圣柜仍不稳定。听着，大英雄，你有我的东西，我要你把它还给我。快点，叫你的泰坦打开。
打开他的话匣子吗？
哎，那么想当英雄吗？我靠这份合约赚了不少钱，我的朋友。告诉你的泰坦，他再不打开，我就让你脑袋开花。
铁狱陷入危机，视觉系统无法利用视觉找到铁狱。
啊，让他站好。看到他了没？在这里，在这里，看到他了没？
功能受严重冲击伤害影响。
我知道这里面
Don't care how broken
还
you
有些
are.
东西能够运作，快打开，不然我让你的铁狱脑袋开花。你还记得数字不是吗？我说数到3。1、2、3，没那么难吧？对吧？是啊，小队就是这样，要不一起赢，要不一起死。
小心，跟着他！
He zooms down through the floor. I think I need to watch go through Bladen's tutorials, because those are the most up-to-date ones, right?
再见。
喂，快搬走圣柜，时间不多了。
They are, yes, okay. Do they have everything new? Or has there been stuff found after those tutorials were made? Gotcha. BT. No. Bitch.
确定你有他们的位置，当条信号，我得跟他们联络。指挥官知道库珀的位置了，他拆了 BT 的资料核心，已经直达了 C 域工具组了。BT， 库珀，我是莎拉布里格斯指挥官。你如果听到，快到你北边1公里处的桥梁，是我们反败为胜的唯一机会。我们往折叠时空武器来了。 我们来了，还没结束呢。你的方向正确，继续前进就对了。在折叠时空武器周围的反空袭防御系统太强大了，我们在地面布置陷阱遭遇困难，简直无计可施。机架中还有最后一只先锋，我要调出资料核心，准备让泰坦降落。
Cool. That's like gold again. Interesting.
嗨，杰克。
杰克。
已启动铁狱模式。
Is it tone? What was the strat? I don't remember. Cool.
布里格斯指挥官，这是6室的盖斯，我们是不是来晚了？盖斯，你来的正好。马尔他还剩多少弹药？我们已经拿下很多事，别担心库珀，我们照你。库珀，我们在前方追踪布里斯科和斯隆，圣会在他们手上，继续前进。瞄准系统启动，准备就绪。
我们必须全力阻止 IMC 启动折叠时空武器，如果失败，反抗军的哈莫尼系。
Snuggled core, that's right, yeah.
开启折叠时空武器能源系统，启动瞄准反馈。
目的地设成反抗军星球哈莫尼。
瞄准系统启动，哈莫尼星坐标264.588，载入。
你拿到钱了，布里 部队会接。
Right, yeah, yeah. During Machman March, yeah. No, you're right, you're right, you're right.
哎，念念不忘当英雄吗？他是你的了，慢慢享用。
我有说过要抢救吗？这个免费奉送。
当我看着你，就像看到大的气。
It's like Scorch. And then they're both supposed to technically like be down here, right? And then they're wrong. Nope. Right. I remember. I did this all wrong. Good thing I did the execution there.
Bull系统，正在设法还原视觉系统。视觉系统已修复。我的分析机投掷是唯一的办法。只是的警告，侦测到敌方泰坦，敌方泰坦，侦测到敌。
你今天遭遇了。
我的分析是投掷是唯一的办法。
Dead.
枪你扔过去，扔过去。
Get fucked.
投掷是唯一的办法。投一的办值是一的办法。帮个忙，我的自动导航系统断线了。帮那个射出装配室，我们非得合作，我们非得合作才行，我们非得合作才行。
我们非得合作才行。 Let's go.
布里水关，我有个办法，用我的反应炉核心外露，它或许能够阻止时空武器的中心破坏社会的稳定性。
你说什么？
我们已炸毁它。我正传送运输船会合坐标给你。
收到坐标，我们会过去。那你怎么过去？
相信我，我计算过了，我计算过。
最好是这样，我们在路上了，祝你们好运了。布里格斯，完毕。
不担心，ET，我就在这儿。
收到，体育。
Arc. It saves time, right?
你在做什么？相信我。
库珀，我们刚失去 BT 的讯号，只差一点。库珀，我在你的抬头显示上标好坐标，撤离点可能在空中，这边没有可着陆的地方。
而且如果我飞越这片狼藉，你最好准时出现在那里。
铁玉，快走！我在追踪你，继续前进。
No. Rip.
我在你的抬头显示上标好坐标，撤离点可能在空中，这边没有可着陆的地方。
而且如果我飞越这片狼藉，你最好准时出现在那里。
铁玉，快走！
Hello. Nice. 137. Ooh. I mean, less than 10 minutes away from my PB, so that in itself is pretty cool. Good D-Rest run. Yeah, thank you. It's a mess, but I mean, I'll take it. I will take it. Good D-Rest run. Good D-Rests. Yes, I would like to update my best possible time is at 1:30:57. I don't know if it's true or not, is the thing. I noticed in Beacon 3 it was kind of weird. Split on retrieve, split on insert, split on secure beacon. So mine is super fastball, Sipless, and then Richter. So that is, you grab the module and insert. Alright, so you load in, grab module, and then it splits. You insert the module, and then it splits. But mine was a head one. Because mine has secure beacon objective. When is that? I guess I'll just not run with it. Because yeah, super fastball. You pick up the module, then it's split. Then it's Sipless. You climb up. Oh, I guess just after. So like between Sipless and Richter, right? So yeah, secure beacon objective. So when you land and you have to fight off all the enemies, I'm guessing. We're making new splits. No, I just noticed that my sub-split split too early, and it's probably because this one was active, but I don't have a split for it. So I'm just gonna like ignore that. Just let it be like this. Okay. A reason. Guides. And baby, you couldn't. Okay.
Tutorial series for Titanfall 2. Gonna be copying Sway's style of tutorials. It's gonna be like mostly like low effort
Game audio. I don't think so. It's just it's not that loud. Oh my god. My brother's dad who lived like... Yeah, no, the audio is there. It's just very low. I can definitely like turn that up. For sure. Okay.
Some editing here and there.
Sorry, Bladen.
Producing the tutorial and for tuning it. Mainly making this. So we're gonna close the pod door here with these two lights. When it starts flashing the second time, you can just skip it and go to the next one. I'm gonna spam space in there on that dialogue right there. It's not a very important skip to this beginner. Let me see if I can show it off once here. Yeah, right there. So if you don't have speed, you can either do an extended slide hop or a V hop across there, mantle, and then skip them to dialogue with Lastimosa and stays like 2 or 3 seconds or something. You don't really hit that as a beginner. Generally, you just want to take like a simple strafe pattern. You don't have to go too fast. You can actually like bonk. It doesn't matter. You can like hit the wall here or something. You start my strafe. You really want to get over to this ledge over here. Eon. You're gonna wait for that dialogue. C-fab off that wall. Come over here. Oh, whoops. Eon. Jump to the wall. C-fab off. Great. Under here. Bam, jump. If Lastimosa says the dialogue under here, stay low, or something like that, that means you mess something up. Because you should not be saying that dialogue. You want to skip that. I'm gonna come over here. From this wall, jump off. Oh, whoops. Jump off, turn around, grab the EPG here, and then die. And we're gonna skip the reload here. So as soon as the guns come down, well, let me make a quick video real quick. As soon as the guns come down, before they actually like hit the ground, I'm going to hold your reload button. I specifically mean hold, not press. And since we start the reload, we're going to grab the gun, and just keep holding reload, and notice that we don't have to reload the gun at all. We already have our ammo at the bottom. I'll show that one more time. Oh, whoops, that's the wrong save. So hold reload, pick it up. We're just gonna spray all these 5 targets, I'm just gonna left right. Doesn't really matter too much. And then we're gonna switch to our EPG, do 180. Wall kick off there, and just EPG boost all the way over to this corner. So let's show that one more time. So let's skip. Your targets, turn around, pull EPG, check out that, just EPG boost over here. It is kind of tough to get the right line here. You can like bonk on this, you can bonk on these guns here. I find the right line there is a bit hard, but it's not the end of the world if that happens. You don't have to take a crouch here though, you can just like slide over, just keep it simple. And I'm basically just flicking behind me to do the EPG boost. I'll show that one last time. For the targets, turn around, crouch kick, wall, EPG boost over here. Now we're in this corner, we should be picking up the nades here automatically, you don't have to press interact or anything. So I will note, you want to take like a wide line into here, so you're kind of like crossing through the middle into this corner. If you're too close to the right wall here, we'll actually pick up the arc grenades before you pick up the frags. And in case that does happen, you pick up the arc. There's 2 ways to throw the frag down. We're going to do a C-fab, and also pull the frag at the same time. So we're going to do C-fab, pull the frag, crouch here, capture it back in, throw the frag down, pull another frag instantly, throw it ahead. Try and kick off as many walls as you can.
Jesus.
I like to not opt for a 4th frag at the end there, because at that point you're usually going fast enough where it's not going to do anything, and I'll probably just slow you down, in all honesty. So just stick to the walls, try and stay high up. Capture onto that wall, kind of mess it up though, real fast. And there's also another frag you can do at the start here. You pull that pretty much the same spot, but you go into this right wall here. And you want to explode right around that diagonal wall there. I didn't pull the frag immediately there though, so show that again. That's about what it looks like. And it's about the same strat from there. Pick to the walls. Fly across there. Even if you're a beginner, I would highly recommend going for frags here because you literally cannot die them and they're super easy. You really just like hold the button down and it gives the boost for you. There's not very much time involved except with like the first ground frag here. Might take a little bit of practice, but it's not too bad. So I'll show this one last time. Pull the frag, C-fab, crouch kick, look down, throw it, crouch kick.
This was a whole playlist, yeah, it is.
Go for crouch kicks. I want to do the 4th frag actually. If you land over there, you can do like some EPG boost as well.
You unlimited this video, oh no.
Flying through here, so you want to actually like land on this wall and just ride the wall and don't jump off it at all. It's going to slow you down. So you don't skip the start trigger. You want to hit the start trigger. You want to 180 immediately. Talk to Lastimosa, you want to be up close to him. I just want to note with don't want to spam hey Splitter, welcome back to tutorials. Do BT 727 quarter. This level starts off like a you can do a super glide here at the start.
Yep.
You can just take basic light off straight pattern all you can.
Basic, already know that.
Down to one cutscene. Or they can never skip, it should just
Bladen, but let's go.
Usually when the pin stomps down there. We'll skip right to the end.
But cool. So true, butt spot.
Super glide. You don't need to do super glide here, you can just like jump and full slide. That also works. Don't matter so much. And then there's a frag you can do here. And we'll show that off.
Yeah.
I'm actually doing like 7 inputs to start here between a like neutral, sprint, and then a super glide. Hold an A all at the same time. Try that again. All the 7 inputs. Throw it down. Mess it up. Whoops. There's like a specific I don't know, it's like a shell or something around. Basically this thing right here. I want to throw the frag down like right before that. Frag makes no sense. So no lurch. Throw the frag down. Go out there. So that's a pretty good boost. You can jump off the log. Just another slide up pattern to the end. Show that one more time. So that's a pretty good boost.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait with incorporating some of these frag boosts until I'm comfortable with the game again.
So we put on a helmet here, we pull back and jump twice. So normal wall jump off of that. Light over here, hold E. Oh, what's that? You want to pick up the EVA on the ground there. You could also pick up the R231, is it called? I don't remember. Mainly just want the EVA. I'm gonna slide up all the way over here, crouch kick there, and get to this ledge for the one more time. Try and explain a bit more.
Hi, Molly.
We'll jump back twice, wall jump. Very small strafes here, because if you strafe too hard, you'll actually overshoot the ledge there. Another crouch kick, tap straight back in. Another crouch kick here, and up here. There is actually a frag that I like to do here. Don't do this if you're a beginner though, it's not even close to worth it. So the same opening here, we're gonna pick up EVA, but when we crouch kick here, that's when we pull the frag. Tap strafe. On the third slide hop, I throw it straight down, and it's the same thing from there, just faster. Take another crouch kick, and you end up here. So, we get to this ledge. You don't want to like walk straight up to it, because that's kind of a slow mantle. I like to like stand back a little bit and then jump, so the animation's a bit shorter. And sometimes you can actually just like straight up land on top, kind of like that. Yeah, just stand back like one step, and then jump to it. That'll work. When we get up here, we're gonna look this way and then strafe left after jumping. One strafe a bit harder than that though, so we don't bump to the rock. Maybe do like a tap strafe there. And you come over here. If you don't do this jump to the right first, you can just like try to like wing slide over here. You'll find that the spacing get a bit awkward. I'm trying to go over this gap. Pretty easy to fall straight down. That's why we do the jump right here. Just wanna ride this wall, do a C-flip off. Pretty simple. Take a crouch kick there, and take this beam all the way to here. And
C-fib.
Do a normal wall kick off that last wall. So there's a bit of a harder strat that you can do here.
What does that stand for again?
Jump, turn around. We're gonna do a double wall kick here. So we do a straight kick on the first wall kick there. And then you can lurch back in the wall. I usually don't though.
Crouch, force, then
back into it most of the time. This is a hard strat though. You want to try and get to the first straight kick like high up and pretty far.
And how do you do that?
Crouch
just crouch off of the wall.
Let's see if we can get the one here. That was okay. You want to get like 50 or so speed. To that
when you crouch when you jump off the wall. Okay, I see.
And it's the same line from here, except faster. So you can go like 60 over here.
Crouch and jump at the
same up here and then over here. So this is called circle room. Usually go all the way around. We have a little skip here. You want to grab this wall, jump off, lurch in this one, from this wall, and then just kind of climb up like that. That's pretty fast though, so I'll show that again. So grab this wall, jump off. You can actually make this work without lurching back into this wall, but I find it's easier if you just deliberately take the lurch. So jump off, hold A and W, or whatever your forward and left keys are. So lurch back in, climb up a little bit. I like to go to this left side, but I've seen some people also go to the right side. We definitely don't want to do that, is go in the middle, because you can get crouch lock pretty easily here. You have to like take a step back and it's kind of awkward. So once again, go this diagonal wall. You don't want to go too high so you don't bonk this. Kind of go at like a mid-range height. Go over here. You can wall in this. Hold on. You want to jump off this wall, jump off this one, and take a C-fib off this last wall here. One more time, push back in, go to this side, jump up, C-fib, and then you come up here. Jump off, C-fib. If I take a crouch kick here, that's kind of the new hot strat there. C-fib, crouch kick, kill these two guys, half strafe, pull this guy. Do a B-hop here, crouch kick, jump off the plant there, that's one plant strat. You don't have to go off the plant though. I'll try and show like an easier lane. Switch back in, climb up. B-fib, crouch kick, kill these two, half strafe, B-hop. You can just go on that rock there, that kind of works. And usually you can make that cross, just kind of love it a little bit. E-hop, crouch kick, go for plant, beam up. You can either like charge straight at those guys, or you can go over top of them. It's usually gonna be like sliding on top of their heads, or you can land on this rock here, which is not too bad here. And just completely jump over all of them. Crouch kick, tap strafe, this guy. I like to slow myself down here a little bit, so don't go over 40. I like to slow down to like mid 30-ish. If you go too fast there, it kind of messes up the whole roads. Just a bit too hard to control. Tap strafe, pull back a little bit. If I don't get the D-hop there, it's fine. You can just grab this wall. Oh, it's actually annoying. Grab it, C-fib off. And you don't actually have to plane. You can just land right side that. And it also works. I'm gonna do like one more full clip of this. Crouch kick, shoot, tap strafe, pull you. D-hop, crouch kick, plant strap, beam bop. You can go off that rock there, just did. And then get over here. There is actually a frag you can do here. So I'm gonna show that off. But once again, I wouldn't recommend this to beginners. Let me just get up here again. Crouch kick, tap strafe. Then we pull the frag like a little bit after jumping off that ledge there, and we throw it down on that rock. And you carry the speed all the way through. I'll show that one more time. That's not a whole lot of speed after that frag. You can usually get up to like 60 and even more. Pull the frag. That's a good one. And if you're doing frags like early on the level, you'd always like charge straight at those guys and kill them. Because you're actually gonna need those frags back for like other frag waves later in the level. Yeah, definitely want to kill those guys if you're doing like early frags here. You get to this corner here, you're obviously gonna keep speed. You want to jump into this wall, do a neutral strafe kick or an NSK for short. If you try to do a crouch kick here, it just like won't work. For some reason with crouch kick,
okay, Alice, sounds good.
Down the wall, the next wall that you grab. I don't know why it works like that. That's why we're doing NSK here. If you kind of grab the wall early, you get like a bad angle if you're NSK. You want just like do a C-fib, not C-fib, it's a normal fib. And just lurch back into the second wall, like that. Crouch kind of way though. Probably guys are my way actually. But you actually get away with double lurch. And you're gonna get to this like back edge of the wall, and then we just C-fib out of this. I'm gonna try and show this in full motion.
Yeah, that speed.
That was a bit low in CFEB though. Want to be like a little bit higher than that. NSK, grab the second wall, CFEB off. I'm gonna strafe all the way around. Come up this ramp, bam, jump. Pro check across here, and then we gotta go jump. I'm gonna show that again. Also do a FEB here, and then CFEB for the second wall. Straight all the way around, shoot that Prowler. You wanna go up the like full right side there. If you go anywhere else on that ramp, there's like a good chance that you get like bonk a bunch of bad Geo. Ideally, you wanna get like 40 at the top there, but it's pretty tough to get that. Do a normal FEB, straight back in, FEB. I wanna do like a single tap straight there, because it is a pretty tough line to get. CFEB, like one tap strafe, go up the right side. If you have good speed at the top, you can take a
Might believe you, right?
You're gonna have to take just like a normal wall run, and then CFEB at the end. Try and show that. Oh no, I have no speed here. Grab the wall, shoot this Prowler, cloak, and then come across.
Yeah, this is pretty much like the same route, just like movement optimized, right? So like this is what I already know.
Now we go over here. So coming to the section, you want to keep speed here. You're going to double jump to that wall there. You're going to take a CFEB out of here. Double jump to this wall, crouch kick. I like to do just like string up some crouch kicks there. You could also just do normal wall kicks, if that's what your preference is. Just do a bunch of crouch kicks here. I like to aim for this like little ribbon right here. That kind of lines you up nicely for the next spot of crouch kicks, you know. Crouch kick, tap in, take off that. This little metal beam on the wall. Come up here, kill the second drone. Just slide up here. It's a pretty tough slide. You can either come like all the way up here, slide through. I don't really do this route though, so I'm probably not gonna be able to get it here. You basically like slide at the top here and like turn immediately. Didn't go once. Kind of like that, but a bit faster. Whatever. So here's what I do actually. I usually slide from like all the way back here, and I try to curve all the way through. Just like that. And then you can pick up the first battery. And so after picking up the first battery, we're gonna turn left immediately. We're gonna take a slide immediately, 2 slide ups. We're gonna want to land down here. And we're gonna do our first slant boost of the game. This one actually has a pretty nice setup. You really just want to like sprint off to get here. And then just kind of slide down like that.
Yeah.
We want to be aiming for our this first like gap, like the gap between the rocks, like opens up, so right at the top.
Yeah, so I went too far down.
So we walk off and we strafe into that part, then jump about a second after.
What's your thoughts of optimizations? Yeah, I just want to like go through everything and like
I do no double jump.
Absorb as much as I can, right?
We're gonna pull frag and throw it up those 3 guys. You want to aim for like the between the 2 rocks here, for any of the rock surfaces really great. So one more time.
One more time, yeah.
We'll just double jump, capture it. Pull the frag right before you hit the ground. Throw it. This is a pretty tough line hit sometimes though. Because like if you hit the slant boost, you're gonna be going like 30 or 40 out of the slide there. So here's what to do if you miss it. Like want something. Oh no. When you come to this wall, you can either go either way. I don't think it really matters so much. You come around and just shoot these guys. Then put the battery in. You could also like cook a frag when you do that strat too. It's a bit awkward. Go over here. You could cook a frag if you want. Just put the battery in. So we're all dead. Then we get to river jump. And so here we get to river jump. We're gonna start off with a pretty hard frag. It's called BBRJ, or Beam River Jump. So you want to pull the frag immediately after the cutscene. Do normal wall jump there. Don't do a wall kick. And then you just kind of carry the speed all the way through if you hit it well. This is a very hard frag hit though. So as soon as you pull the frag, you want to slide, you get on top of this plant here. You're gonna wall jump, then drop the frag like up here. I kind of do like an arcing motion with my mouse. I'll try and show here. Pull the frag, slide, wall jump, and throw it up into the right. It's still a bit finicky though because it is really easy to get source frag. Slide, wall jump, up into the right, and just hope you get boosted. And that's BBRJ. And just carry the speed all the way through ravine. I'm not gonna show that yet. I do want to show what you do here if you either don't get the frag boost or you don't go for the frag boost. If you don't want to mess with the frag boost at all, just do basically the same thing. We're gonna crouch kick off of here. The crouch kick, of course.
Josh,
same thing. Slide. Crouch kick off of that. And this is actually like a ramp here. It's not actually like solid ground, or not like a slide. You can actually just jump straight up that. So I just gotta be all the way up, hold sprint, same space, then get up here. Right, so if you miss BBRJ, you get no boost or a little boost. You do the same thing. Literally just come on like this. These like rocks here, like kind of on the right side. If you go too far left, it won't work. Go too far right, won't work. You kind of want to get like right behind this plant. That's kind of how you land it up. And then just sprint.
28 minute tutorial on extermination.
We're just gonna wall run this and CFEB right at the end. And as we're CFEBing, we're going to also pull the frag at the same time. We'll try and show it. Throw it down. Then we get our speed back. So I CFEB. Actually, wrong there. Whoops. CFEB. Double jump. I throw it at the peak of my instant double jump. So we wall run, CFEB, pull the frag. Do a jump, instant double jump, and throw it at the peak of the double jump. I'll try and show that one more time. The peak, that was a little late. So this double jump after the CFEB, you want to do like pretty late. Make sure you're actually like landing on the other side, not like weirdly like bonking into it and losing speed. If you lose speed, it kind of doesn't pull it up. So I'll show this again. CFEB at the peak. There is a small chance to get source frag, as with like any frag on this level. There you go. As soon as we hit that frag boost, we come into Ravine, probably like one of the hardest sections of the game. It's basically just a bunch of crouch kicks, chain back to back, and you basically just want to try and not lose speed to the thing. It's a pretty tough segment. I'm not worried about being too great at it, for sure. We're just gonna try and keep speed all the way through here. Take a crouch kick up here, shoot these two guys. Crouch kick, that one's a blind wall kick. Don't worry about that one. You don't get the link animation at all on blind wall kicks. You gotta do the input a bit earlier than you expect. Yeah. Pretty much just crouch kicks through the entire thing.
Oh my god, Coconut!
GDQ Faith Pop Rain Time Limo Run Rain Time Athlion 12 Run Rain Time.
Thank you so much for the 23 months, baby. How's it going, Coconut?
And then try and speed all the way through. That was a lot though, so I'm gonna go back through it. A bit of a slower pace. Once again. Crouch kick, shoot these two. Crouch kick, crouch kick.
Just chain crouch kicks, yeah.
Hit that platform. Land on top of the barracks there, wall kick over, and come all the way through here. It's a very long segment, and you gotta keep speed through the entire thing. So this is a very hard segment to master, as you can probably tell. Just gonna try and show as many times as possible. Shoot the two, blind wall kick there. Tap straight across, fly, double jump, land there, on top of the barracks, tap straight from this wall, wall kick, then tap straight around here. If you're low in frags, you're gonna want to kill some of those sprints to get your frags back up. You are gonna be close to damage. There is a alternate route they can take through encampment. There's that section of all the buildings at the end. I'll try and show up right now real quick. Straight across. You come over to this right side, and you go on top of the barracks on that side. The entry into that wall kick at the end is really tough though, if you take that lane. You gotta tap straight for your life to get that. You can also do what I think Billy does. I think Sally does too. You can wall kick off of this, because like that line is pretty harsh. Just imagine you're coming off of this barracks here. You want to go off that wall. It's a bit nicer. But you can't always go around, but it's really hard. You gotta tap straight or spam straight or move forward with that. So obviously this is like a very hard segment. So chances are something's gonna go wrong. But let's go through all the backups. So if you like bonk somewhere in the ravine here, it's not really backup strat. You really just want to go for like crouch kicks, take the same route, if I can just do back up. Let's say you don't have enough speed to go over to the barracks here. You just want to come below and over the left side. Below. Oh, this turret hit you. Oh, you still hit me. Cheating. Then you take that wall kick off those little like circular objects, I don't know what to call them. You want to be going like at least 60 to go on top of the barracks. If I'm going like 50, I'm going to go around to the side. Uncrouch side. So then we get to the shipwreck. You're just going to want to glide away, then stop, we go over here. We're going to jump to the left of this like meat beam here, and then back in, and then grab the wall. We're going to do wall jump, do the same thing, then slide up all the way through here. Halfway around there, then get over here. Do that one more time. Pretty basic. Over here, half strafe. I like the spam strafe here actually. Get a bit better of an angle. Up, angle jump in. Got a tap strafe there, because my angle's pretty bad. Slide through here. You want to do whatever you can to make sure you like actually slide through here, not just like walk through. That's kind of slow. But at all costs, always try to like get a good like speed slide through here. That's gonna be like the fastest way to do that. So you get in here. There's like a vent up there that we want to like try and keep our momentum through. There's a setup to do that. We grab this wall, double jump, and then wall kick, and jump into there. Or not wall kick, but like do a feb or a c-feb. So grab this wall, double jump, and then spam jump all the way through here. Go ahead again. Grab the wall, double jump, and jump into it. Spam spacebar, jump. Then get over here. This is where the second battery is. So you drop down here, just hold back, grab the wall, and do a c-fib. You can just like not bother c-fib and just kind of like drop down and slide. The c-fib's just not hard, so just go for it. It's faster, pretty easy too. Really good event, you can keep speed like all the way through, but it's really hard to get. So grab the second battery. We're onto another slant boost. We're gonna pull our other gun here that's has longer range. And then we do the second slant boost. I just want to walk off this edge here. We're gonna like strafe into that hole there, kind of like this, and hold slide. And I got a little bit of speed there, but that was decent. But ideally, you want to be going like 70 out of that. Build our other gun. You want to be like, how do I explain this? You want to be like shove yourself into like the left side of the ramp there, and that gives you like the angle you need there. Let's reload. Push guns straight around, and then jump out. That was a great boost. That was pretty bad. Go up here. Do here is show that again. Jump, toss the frag down, throw it over the grass there. And before this one explodes, you want to look like back over for these guys, because sometimes usually they won't all die. It's pretty tough to hit a good frag here. Let's throw the frag for this one after a second. And like clean up any guys that are still left. And if you don't like this guy will also survive. And then you just shoot one more time. Oh, boring section. We're gonna get to here. Going to use our shield immediately. Aim at the corner of that bush. Those bullets and kill the one. Vortex shield. And the top dive. Drop the electric shock. And just go for headshots. Go for vortex shield. And then shoot those bullets right back at the brute. And I come over to. This is my setup for the ending here. I come to this rock. I'm gonna go for Ishin. Ishin. Then we start talking again. Do 2 dashes. How's it guys playing? We're here with
D-Rest was fine. I did my first run. Ended up like within 10 minutes of my PB. I think it was like 9 minutes slower or something. So not the worst. Like, I clearly still have a lot of the muscle memory, right? It's just that, like, I don't know about like crotch kicks and stuff like that. So I'm just going through it and seeing if there's anything significant right now. Because I feel like there's definitely like some stuff that I don't 100% know.
Load and rest. So starting off, we should have a bit of tech movement. We're gonna dash immediately, dash off this rock right here, wave around. Got a rock up here, we're gonna dash over that, dash off of this ledge, land on the tree, straight all the way around. Go to the right of this brute, dash off this ledge. Notice I'm holding like a neutral input. I hold W, A, and D. We got tone slide here. You just dash and slide on top of the tone.
Yeah.
Go across. The dash and slide there. Pick up the tone. Keep going. Just keep dashing so you don't have your whole dash meter overlap. Always want to have one charging. Keep going until you get to behind this pipe. We're gonna disembark here. We're gonna do a disembark jump. We'll try and go in here. So that's what disembark jump is. Basically, jump as you're exiting BT. And the visual cue that most people use for this is when Cooper's legs kind of exit the screen. So right when Cooper's legs go out, I'm gonna press space. Let's try and get it again here. It's pretty tough. There we go. You want to make sure you actually go around to the second wall there. Otherwise, it's gonna be the same angle surface, and we'll let you grab again. That's fine if I don't get it. You can just like climb up this pipe too. If you just double jump up, that works. You want to cloak when you get up here, so you don't get shot by the other titans. Come down here and hit the button. Show that one more time. There we go. So you get to that side of the wall. Should be cloaking here actually. Should have done that earlier. And you can also like bonk off the ceiling there if you slide in and then tap shift around. But yeah, that's the most basic of them. Next off, we're going to show early disembark, which is the next hardest strat. So this is like pretty much the same opening, so we get to that tunnel again. Just dash off all the ledges. Pretty much anytime you're dashing in Titan movement, you want it to be like off a ledge, so that you're maintaining that momentum to the air. You want to strafe as well, but it's not like super important. It's like a pretty small difference that it makes. And the ledgeless input also helps as well. We're gonna grab tone, then dash one more time. I'm gonna quick save here. We're going to, I think it's called disembark boost. And then we basically just do pilot movement through this entire section. Over that, come this whole capture around. Grab this pipe, jump up, and then same as the other strat. Just come down here, bonk, and hit the button. Show it again. Yeah, the disembark boost is gonna pull forward and slide. And disembark boost won't work if you're on like slanted terrain with BT. I don't know why it works like that. Tap straight around, grab the pipe. Quick chick off this, all out cloaked, bonk, tap straight, hit the button.
Yep.
If you do like bonk anywhere here or like miss a wall kick or something, like you fall down, you just want to stay out of the sludge on the ground, stick to the walls, go for crutch kicks, you can like go around this side, tap strafe. You just want to make your way over here, even if it's like a bit slow. Get to this pipe, cloak, and then same as always, come down, bonk, button. And next up we got the hardest strat here, which I think only me and like one other run do in full game runs at this point, but I think it is viable. We'll show it off anyway, but it is like really hard if you're beginner going to attempt this. So immediately we're going to instantly disembark. This strat's called instant disembark or disembark, as people started calling it because they got confused with early disembark. So we just walk forward, pull a frag, throw it down there, tap strafe, get an extended slide out here, instant double jump, pull another frag. My speed was kind of weird there, so this is gonna be a weird setup. Works though. You go over top this way. You want to stick to the left of this ring here. You can take a crouch kick here. That's optional. It's a bit scary though, so you don't have to go for it. Take another crouch kick here. Another crouch kick here. Tap strafe. Land on these rocks. Crouch kick over the top. Crouch kick, tap strafe, and this is pretty much the same strat. All the way up top. Long tap strafe. Really, the only hard part of the strat, in my opinion, is getting these two frag boosts at the start. So definitely gonna take a lot of practice to get down consistently.
Yeah, you don't say.
And I throw it like on this grass right here. So I do two slide hops and throw it down. Throw it down. Tap strafe, extended slide hop, instant double jump, pull the frag. Over the top, throw it at the edge. And left to like slightly adjust your throw time with the frag there depending on how fast you're going. A good speed like to go over the top of the rocks there is about 50. And when I go 50, I know to throw it at like where the rocks starts, if that makes sense. I'll try and show it. Let's say I go 50 here and I have the frag. I try and throw it like around here, start the rocks. If you're going a little over 50, you want to throw it like right at the edge. If you're going like mid 40 or something, you have to throw it like all the way back here or something. You kind of got to feel it out. I'll show this one more time. I don't want to spend too much time on this because I doubt very many people are going to do this strat, but it's very hard. This is like 40, so I'm going to throw it early. A little too early. You can try and like squeeze through there, but if you end up with this speed, you're like kind of fucked. You can like go for crouch kicks down here, do like a weird route. And like go over here. You can like jump off those boxes up top, but it's really hard. I'm gonna try and get one more full flip of this.
Yeah, this is not something I'm gonna go for.
What do you hear? It's gonna be Henshin Song Yang, we're gonna go on Yang. Yang, there it is. And do a sprint diagonal jump, and then slide up all the way through here. Take the crouch kick there, you can kill this guy.
Yeah,
same. Crouch kick here, spam your at the door, spam straight around there. You go to separate now. I don't really want to show that yet. This is a lot,
so basically just do crouch kicks whenever I'm doing...
Pretty wide line here. You want to nick the top of that red thing. You can also grab this wall here.
Yeah, whenever I would like go
onto a wall,
pretty much.
And lose all your speed. That does happen. I would recommend like holding back, intentionally taking the slowdown so you don't bonk. Gun. Go. Nick the red thing, slide off. Do crouch kicks, fall down. So I'm gonna hold back there. I still bonked. That's why you kind of want to sometimes kill that guy. You can get in the way. Crouch kick, all the way through. Crouch kick this wall, spam the diva, spam strafe. You can also do normal trap strafe here. But you're gonna have to wall bump these pipes here. It's not too much lower, but I think the spam shape is a bit faster. It is kind of hard to line up through the door here. But there's a frag here they can do. Let me show that real quick. The same opening. I'm gonna pull a frag right before this doorway and throw it like a little before this black line. It's gonna be slightly dependent on how fast I'm going. I'm going super fast here, so I'm actually gonna skip that first wall. It's gonna mess up the line. Show that again. Put it up through the door. Pull the frag just for the door frame. Slide off. For the black line there. That's pretty bad. So I'm gonna slide off here. Take both crouch kicks. Shoot so the guy staggers in the doorway, or he just dies. That works too. I'm gonna come to sniper now. You're usually gonna get like a wall bump or a spam strafe like straight through the door here. You can actually kill these guys. He's gonna be in the way. Usually they won't be though if you just speed all the way through. We come to sniper now, so we're going to double jump, tap strafe, crouch kick, both those walls. Crouch kick this. If you're going fast enough, you can go to the pipe here. That's a little slow there though, so not a great lineup. You can come up here. I'll show that again. Up the doorway, double jump, tap strafe, 2 crouch kicks. On the rail, you can kill this guy. He's scary. Crouch kick off the pipe, wall bump this pipe, and come up here. We're going to transition into that tunnel there that we just saw. We're going to be cranking some 90s real hard. Okay, wall bump this, tap strafe into here, tap strafe, tap strafe, tap strafe again, all the way up. Hit this wall. Crouch kick off that super dark wall you can barely see. Until he gets to the door. This is all like one fluid motion in the run, by the way. It's pretty much just like full gas all the way through here. Tap strafe, tap strafe. It's gonna be pretty hard to hit the trap strafes here if you're going like 50 or more. Come up here. Hold on. If you get like stuck down here, there's not too bad back up. You can literally just C-fab, tap strafe back up, and just take it slow. It's not too bad. Wall bump that plate. Tap strafe, bring some 90s. Tap strafe, I'll jump up here. Hit this crouch kick, another crouch kick. Against the door. We take a C-fab or a crouch kick off of there. And the door's gonna click. And immediately after the door clicks, we're going to cloak. Because there's gonna be some guys that are gonna try and shoot us. We just slide here, crouch kick. Crouch kick, crouch kick, crouch kick. Over the boxes here. And you get about here. That's called the slingshot. It's a bit of a harder way to do it, I'll show an easier way. That's less like mechanically involved. Take off the same thing here. You just take a closer, tighter line up top there. That also works, it's a bit simpler.
Yep.
I like that. You wanna like tap strafe through all these sprints, it's gonna be a bit tough. You might have to shoot some of them on your way in. But generally, I'm like flying in here like high 50s. You like jump over top of this box, you'll land like around here, and then tap strafe through the right side of this corridor, go off the box, you might get a half slide there. And you tap strafe all the way through here, shooting the guys in the way, bonk, hit the button. That was a lot, I'm gonna show it a few more times. C-fab, crouch kick, cloak, slide, crouch kick, crouch kick, crouch kick, that was kinda bad. Crouch kick, jump off butts, through here, crouch kick, tap strafe, and wall up there as well, it also works. And then bonk at the button.
Speed.
But there's actually a frag that you can do here when you get to the door. This is a frag that Gobiz came up with. You can usually get like 50 immediately, this frag. That's a pretty small boost. Just transition to the slingshot. When we try and get a ghost. It's here. Yeah, so you can like cloak when you come to this room. When we get to this next door. Let me get another quick save. We hit the button, we're gonna wall run, take a C-fab, tap strafe here, jump up, 2 double jumps. We're gonna do a bump launch here. It's helpful if you look up because you can see how high you are. We're going to crouch and spam jump. Then grab the wall if we get to this about this yellow line here, I'd say. So just crouch in this corner, spam jump, grab the wall. You want to bonk the ceiling here, it's gonna give you a nice setup into here. And that's a really tough section getting through those pipes, so I'll show that again. And just kind of through there like that. It's a bit tight, so you can hit your tap strafe pretty well if you're gonna bonk something. So I wouldn't worry too much about going fast through here. It's double jump, tap strafe. And I like to do an extended slide up over that last pipe and tap strafe over better. If you like lose speed here, you can grab the pipe, C-fab through. You can also grab this doorway and C-fab. And yeah. Coming up, the dialogue options in this section are actually gonna be pretty important. Before we hit this button, we're gonna hit the button option. C-fab off of there, through here. C-fab off of this. And then hit this button dialogue option again, over here. And embark BT. So that's slush skip. That skips like an entire like 5-minute fight sequence. So definitely want to learn that if you're a banner. It's easy and it saves like an absolute shit ton of time. So basically how slush skip works is if you embark BT here before he finishes talking, I think something weird happens with the game crashes or something. So you want to wait till he's done talking. The thing is, when he's done talking is dependent on when you choose dialogue option. Depending on how confident you are in getting sludge skip fast, you can determine how fast you want to hit the dialogue option before the button. So I hit it like super early before the button. And this way I can embark BT like immediately after getting over here. So if you're not as like confident and be able to hit sludge skip like first try really fast, you're gonna want to hit the dialogue option a bit later. So maybe like hit the button, maybe jump off and then hit the dialogue. Come over here and embark. But this gives you time to like do a backup in case. So backups for sludge skip is you can come to this wall, jump off and go through the pipes. Or alternatively, you can come all the way up. You can literally just slide, jump all the way to the pipes and cancel. And then if you take too long, BT will actually be too far away to embark. So in that case, you just come in this corner, shoot a bit, get his attention, and if you're lucky, he will decide to come back within the year, hopefully. Okay, there he is. And you can embark from the side like that.
Yeah.
There's a frag you can do here after you hit this button. We're gonna hit the button, take a wall run on this box right here, and do a fed immediately and pull the frag. Like this, throw it down. That's not a boost at all. We actually want to throw it a bit later, like on the silver line there. It's a bit tough to hit this line up though. Come on. And you just hit the button as usual. We should have 2 dashes once we get to this ramp. We're gonna dash like sideways up it, and dash off the second one and crouch.
Yeah, that's the same.
Actually, switch the tone there. So I'll do that real quick. So dash sideways in this wall, dash up, crouch, and switch a tone as you enter the place. So this is King Fights. First boss fight of the game, I'm pretty sure. It's got an iconic line coming up here. Wow. 20. Alright. So immediately coming into this fight, you're going to sprint and immediately shoot Kane in the back 5 times. Going to sprint, dash forward actually, shoot 5 times, dash again, shoot the brute 3 times. Missile barrage. Ideally the brute will die from missiles. Shoot Kane 3 more times, missile barrage while looking up. Switch to expedition, tactic cancel, get your core, then switch to tone and core immediately. And just go for missile barrage for the rest of the fight. Sometimes Kane will troll and just kind of do a ring around the rosy here. Obviously it's 5 at a time, and he's dead. Slide out. I'm gonna show that again. Just quite a bit to this fight. Sprint, dash, 5 shots. 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. Dash forward. The brute actually died. Another missile barrage. Get your core with expedition. Instantly core Kane. Just go for missile barrages. If Kane puts his shield up, you can actually like shoot the ground in front of him. And that'll still give you lock on because tone shots have splash damage. Also, I should note my lock on visual isn't actually working here. Usually there's like a white circle that turns red and you get 3 locks. And that indicates that you miss barrage, but it glitches out sometimes. I don't know why it's like that. Sprint, dash, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, dash barrage. 3 more shots, look up, expedition, tactic cancel, get core. And just get locked on Cillian. So that's a pretty good King fight. That'd be like ideal.
Cool, okay.
So if you do the super hard strat that I did at the start of the level, Visenberg, you actually won't have tone here, because you can't pick up a loadout when you're in pilot. So we actually only have expedition for this fight. And how that looks, which is a bit slower, but you actually lose some of the time that you initially save for that strat, because we only have expedition here, which means killing the brute is going to be slower at first, and we also cannot swap reload. So it's going to be generally a slower fight, but I will show it off here. So we're going to pull out rockets immediately, get all the lock-ons, use them all on the brute, then go for headshots. Just eat the reload here, go for headshots on Kane. If you get lucky, you'll put a shield up right now. He's not doing it, so that's unlucky. Yeah. Get core, use core immediately, and just keep going for headshot. It's really just like a headshot game. Expedition fight. I'll show it one more time. Pull your rockets immediately.
Yeah, so that's the same. Let's check into the Abyss.
Okay, this is a Abyss one. We're going to bait in here, we're going to slide immediately. C-Fed off the fight. Pretty simple. In front of the BT, slide off. Crouch, dash off, crouch. Dash, crouch, go over this. Up the side here, grab Scorch. Dash off that guy's foot, and then crouch. Another dash here. I'm going to try and dash into this wall here and conserve speed. So just under the overhang like that. It's a bit tough to get. I kind of like dash from like the left side of this yellow caution line and then straight around. And that works for me. Ideally, you want to go like 50 or so off that part. We dash down here, dash again. Go off this left side, dash and crouch, hit the edge of that yellow box. Dash around the corner, don't block there. Let me reshow that actually. Dash off, crouch, go around the corner, dash immediately to change directions. I'm going to dash again off this little box here. To the corridor, dash the corner, like that. We're going to wait for the assembly line here. Dash off. We're going to charge up for 2 dashes here. We're going to dash on this rock and this rock specifically. And if we do that, we're going to get caught on the assembly line.
Yeah, I want to see.
Wall boost, you get caught on the wall. Just like this. If you're lucky, you can kind of squeeze out at the end there. Let me try and show all the ways that this can go, because there's like a few different setups for this. So dash, dash. At the same setup again. You can try and dash at the end like that, but it's pretty risky. Usually I wouldn't go for that, it's kind of inconsistent. The other setup like that, you just want to disembark and reembark immediately. Because if you die there, that was a good setup. You notice how I got stuck on the door on like the back side here. And just kept looking across here, and I got pushed along to this pillar. And I went 45 degrees to the right, and that pops me out at the end here. And that's like the most consistent way to do that wall boost. Any other setup where you kind of get like locked around or like sliding around while you're getting pushed, generally you just want to disembark. You can save it technically. I wouldn't bother. Don't bother with that. Just disembark, reembark, and move along. Go to the top of the ramp here. Dash in this box.
Yeah.
Dash again. Switch to Scorch. We got Titan Bite here. 2 gas traps. Flame all. And ideally they all charge you just like that. That's pretty lucky. Just
Cover the out of bounds trap.
Sometimes they will run off in other directions. You'll have to use your flame core. Finish them off. That wasn't bad either. So I like to aim at the middle of the door and the bottom of the door. Flame all. Just put my shield immediately. And they can't sneak behind like that. If you have like all this fire in your screen, they can sneak behind you. Just be aware of that. If they do get like really far back, you can just snipe them with a flame.
It was more recent, okay.
Let's just do this one more time and we'll move on to the last section of the level. Because the level isn't that short.
Next is a detailed tutorial, okay.
On to the final section here. So the basic strat is you just dash twice, dash off the end there. Going to disembark boost here. Crouch kick, I missed it there though. Try that again. Dash off. Disembark boost onto this crate. So you can actually miss space like that. In that case, you just want to continue to slide up over to this wall. Go for a C-Fed or a crouch kick off of that and into the structure here. Let me try and get a good clip of this, just to show it off. Yeah, you want to like disembark boost from pretty far back there. Crouch kick, half strafe all the way through here. Shoot these guys through in your way. You have the Eva, so it should be pretty easy. Come out here, grab this wall, C-Fed, strafe all the way around, hit the button, and fall into the void. If you're a bit slow there, you can get stuck on the crane arm. So that's something you gotta watch out for. I might try and show it off here. Quick. Crouch kick. That's a bit low, so we're gonna go pretty slow through here. If you have any guys in your way, you can click through here, but I find it just doesn't really help all that much. This is kind of slow. You can C-Fed. If you're so slow that this thing can actually get in your way, I'll actually block the button. So be wary of that if you have a slow second through there. Just try and like climb back up on the side and wait, and then hit the button and slide down. Oh, happy to. If you don't like the disembark boost here, you can also just go around the left side here completely. Just keep it simple. Keep your crouch kick here into the button. It's a lot simpler. That's always an option. There's a frag boost here as well. So we're gonna show that.
Yeah, so far all of this is like, okay, I know the thing. I just need to like get used to the movement again, get consistent at going fast.
Show it again.
Pretty much.
I think most people do a different way of doing this. They like just straight down here and throw it on the black line. It also works. But I like to do the setup where you just kind of instantly double jump. And you just kind of time with your slide up, you throw it immediately after. And it's like the same thing. You just tap through here, and same stuff. Hit the button, come through here, grab the wall, don't crouch kick, just sheep hit the button, into the void. And that is Abyss 1. Pretty short level, mostly tight movement. Shouldn't take too long to get down. But that's it. On to Abyss 2, and even better level than Abyss. You can't wait. Set this as Bladen, on to Abyss 2.
Okay. I think I'll go through the rest of that leader. Not sure if I want to... I don't know. I think I kind of just want to vibe for a bit. The vibes are good, yeah. Yeah, I think I just want to vibe. And the vibes are good. Oh god. Daily Shard. Yeah. Vibing. Did I change it properly? Horizon Forbidden West. I wonder if this is gonna be too loud or not. Your ears, no. I can sit like a degenerate. It's better if I move myself another place, maybe. Like right here. What the heck am I moving? The alert box, that's not what I want to move. So I'm here, I block all of these. It's not necessary. I mean, I can cover. Did I flip my camera? Because normally, okay, if I sat properly, I'd be sitting like this. But right now, since I have my legs up, I'm sitting like this. But I'm still... Huge. No, you. No, you. I'm gonna add people again so that I've switched to. Okay. So, I kind of want to learn the Horizon Forbidden West run, right? And I'm not sure what I would do. If I want to do like ultra hard and stuff, there's like some specific equipment, which is basically what I'm like getting at. I've already completed everything on normal. Since it's New Game Plus, I still haven't like touched on a lot of things. And the way that I can buy equipment, I need these special things called Champions Tokens, which you basically get by just completing side quests again. So that is what I've been doing. I have a lot of resources. I wonder if there's an item duplication glitch or something. Maybe. Okay. What do we do? What do we do? Yeah, so there's 2 cauldrons, like these 2 that I can do. Another tall neck out here that I still haven't done. A shipwreck.
Your blade be bright.
Let me... Before we do anything, let me actually just show off the duplication. Because I mean, it's pretty cool, so. Is the audio okay, by the way? I should have turned it up.
If you got metal face off against machines and prove your worth to the clan. Ready to
So the thing, when you do these, like, arenas, right? When you do them, it basically, like, stores your inventory, so, like, whatever you bring into it, you can, like, pick back up again after. So, like, anything you use in here isn't actually used up, right? And just doing some, wall jumps, some invisible wall jumps, or whatever they're called, I don't remember. You can just get out of the arena. Also, as a side effect, I cannot die, which is cool. Can't open a map like this or anything though. So there's like these storage chests that you can like put your stuff into. So I'm basically just going to the closest one. I'm gonna store all of my stuff, gonna go back, activate the arena again, and then abandon the challenge, and then that like
Is there a reason for all this jumping around?
duplicates everything basically. Hello? I'm not clicking properly. Need to go slower. Also, that's why I have so many like currency at the top, because I've duplicated and sold, and yeah, it gets you a lot of money. There we go. I'm just gonna duplicate everything right now. Show you guys like how exactly it's done. There we go. Is everything duplicated? Well, I guess not quite yet. Right now I just don't have anything on it, but Alice was gonna go get food, right? I think she said she was gonna get food. Anyway, what are you guys up to? Oops. I wanted to open. That's what I was doing. Good question. Have you done anything interesting today, Try? I'm back from your accidental nap. Hello, welcome back, Trauma.
Show me your medals, champion.
Spill some
And I'll show you
blood,
the
earn
best
some
beer in the
medals.
Clanland.
Show us what you...
Enter the challenge again and abandon it, and then the moment I leave I get back all of the stuff I dumped into the chest, and then it's duplicated, so...
Never a dull moment when you're in the arena.
Yeah, because now I have all my stuff back. And then all I'd have to do is like go to the chests and restock all of my stuff, and then also like pick up these if I want to like duplicate them again. So you can see I've done it a few times because usually I began duplicating something and then I realized, oh, I need some other stuff, and then, you know, I just duplicated everything at once because why the fuck not. I did clear out of the green things here though because I don't really need them, but so yeah, you know, 66,000 of a coil, because that's totally necessary. Totally. But yeah, now some new game stuff. So like here, right, these weapons, I've gotten almost all of them. I'm missing these 3, and each of them cost 10 champions tokens each. And then also there is some face paint and some dyes that cost, I think, 5 each, and I want to get all of those because there is a trophy. It's not a part of the plat because I already have the plat, but I kind of just want all of the trophies, so I'm missing this one. Obtained all New Game Plus rewards, so all weapons, dyes, and face paints. Oh no, Trauma, I hope the headache goes away soon. So, Just need to do some need to do some side quests. Let's go do this one. But the weather's so shit. Just make the plans. Do it even if the weather is shit.
Entire Tanakh village flooded. Maybe from a recent storm.
Oh, true. Forgot a good rice. Rice is pretty good.
On the shore.
Just I don't know, try do the fancy move all the way to Norway. There you go. Come here.
The Zenith lab is.
I tried to learn this thing years ago and all that happened was tore my hands. Oh no.
I'm on my way.
You got this. You got this. It's not gonna be bad at all. You got this.
Aloy, I appreciate you meeting me here.
I'm happy to help. Did Gaia mention machines?
It's not far. Yeah.
Parts.
Should we dispose of them?
Or we can sneak past them.
Your choice.
Let's just go.
I can turn this around.
Storage room. So this down here. Go.
We're here. Now we just need to find a way to access the database Gaia was talking about.
Varro mentioned you found Beta in one of those pods.
Again?
I would hate to be locked up inside such a thing.
It's probably
barely enough to
fine.
breathe.
I think I found what we're looking for.
Let's hope it holds the answers we seek.
I'll download the database to your Focus, so you can search through it later.
What about the components?
They should be somewhere on the... Spectres!
Fight with honor!
Zenith must have deployed them here to keep watch before we took down their base.
Just die. No, don't want to be stuck here. Nope. These puppies just want to say hi. Yeah, totally. back here.
We need to finish up and get out of here.
Yeah, so I am playing on
In case
ultra
there's more
hard.
where it came from. Components
It's not
should
like
be
too big
somewhere
of a
on the
deal at
second
this
floor.
point.
I'm right behind you.
Too bad at this point, considering all of the like equipment I've gotten. Recognize the guy's a voice actor. From where?
Oh, not happy to see me?
Go, go, go.
We need to search the entire floor.
I'll keep a lookout. Don't want any more surprises.
Good idea.
And no, but that's a mood though, because sometimes you're like, I really recognize this voice, and then you look it up and you're like, oh. I mean, you can look it up, Kutalo from Horizon Forbidden West, and see like who
Maybe a way out of this room.
who's the voice actor, you know. Charles from Red Dead. Ah, gotcha. So where is Alice? Now that we're talking about Red Dead. Maybe I should just boot up The Last of Us 2. That'll have Alice running.
Please tell me the components are in there.
How do? I remember having done this. I don't remember what I did. Definitely like in here somewhere. Get in that room, but how did it get? I'm going here. Come down here. Can't walk through here. There's a door. There's a vent. What am I missing? Am I blind? Chat, please help me. Ah. Oh, you got this, Try. You got this. Am I blind? And thank you, Nick. Yeah, I'm just going through side quests right now because I've already completed the game and I'm skipping like all of the dialogue, so because I've already done everything. It's just New Game Plus. And I remember having done this, but there the fuck. Also, really good game. Should definitely play it. Go, go, go. It's this way. Guess. Yup.
Components have to be here somewhere.
Ta-da!
Gotcha. I should go back and give these to Kotallo.
But I mean, yeah, even though I'm skipping all of the side quest dialogue and stuff, I guess there's still like gameplay spoilers, right? So. Just haven't gotten to it yet. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. Like, I bought Horizon Zero Dawn because I knew that I wanted to play through it. And then I began playing it a bit, like, on stream. And then, I just kind of didn't, like, stick with it, right? And then, yeah, like, a few months ago, I was like, okay, I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna get, and I am gonna play this. And then I, like, really, really got into it. And here we are, and I'm considering maybe speedrunning the game, so we will see. Can I fast travel out of here? Can. Cool. And then, yeah, I was buying like monitor arms for my PC, and I noticed that Horizon Forbidden West was on sale on that same website. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna buy it now. Cause like, I don't know, but there are some games like the Horizon series that I'm just like, I want the physical copy.
Keep your blade bright.
Oh yeah, I think I'm seeing Dud has the record, right, for most things.
Don't think I've forgotten about our bet. You owe me 20 shards.
Horizon Forbidden West. Yeah. Record for story.
Nope, doesn't sound familiar.
You're a scab.
Cool.
From the north is that the Outlander and Marshal Kotallo brought down the bulwark with a single cannon.
Where did they even get such a weapon?
Showed some respect, Outlander.
You've earned this soldier's.
Yeah, I don't know. I just kind of want to get into it. I feel like I would enjoy running this game. I don't know why. Maybe because like it's kind of similar to how.
Come to see an old friend.
I was about to say maybe it's because of how similar it could be to like Dragon Age Inquisition and how that plays, but now that I think about it, it's not really that similar. Especially not in a speedrun sense, considering you skip from the beginning to the end in Dragon Age Inquisition. Like that run is like what's my record? Yeah, 25 minutes.
You wanted to talk about your arm?
Indeed. It's time to test it. And
Yo.
I want you to be there.
I don't even remember my own times,
How
Coconut.
are we doing this?
Not how. Right where the river bed. You.
So
It's
okay. Like I
made.
It's up here. Yeah, no, I've seen. It's one of the first things I looked at after I finished Horizon Zero Dawn, because I had vigorously avoided watching any Horizon speedruns because I was like, nah, I'm gonna play it first. I'm gonna play it first, and then I'm gonna watch it. So. Kotalo.
I think this is where Kotalo wanted to test out his new art.
Kotalo. Hello, hello.
Someone's being awfully mysterious.
You took your sweet time telling me what you wanted to do to the bulwark.
Fair.
Consider this my revenge.
Fair enough. Chill air's prickly.
But yeah, no, I'm excited to see Alice play through Horizon Zero Dawn.
What am I looking at?
I know she said that was most likely going to be her next plat, and that plat is very like straightforward. So
let's see how this thing likes the taste of metal.
yeah, it's just one of those games where like you have to kind of like force yourself to go through it, you know. At least in the beginning. I know especially for like Alice. That would make sense. But yeah, since I played it to prep for this game, hell yeah. The only thing I will say is I still suck at aiming on controller. I'm just not used to it. Yeah, suck my dick, Coconut. There we go. Yeah, I'm terrible at fucking aiming with the controller, but you know, it is what it is. Cool. That's done. Some stuff. Let me just go here and buy the next weapon.
Honor and strength. May your enemies fall. May our walk on with honor.
Oh yeah, I showed it off at the very beginning, when I launched a game, but you can duplicate items, which is why I have like, you know, a lot. And you know, all the way up underneath the chat you can see how much money I have. Yeah. Oh, it's just a lot easier for me to duplicate the items than having to go and fight them, so yeah, let me just get this one. Bye. No grinding here. Cool, okay, so got this one. How many metal shards is this? 58 million? You know, no big deal. But that's upgraded. Alright, more side quests. More side quests. What do I want to do? There's the village there. There's the... just enough shards to buy a mansion. Hell yeah. Actually, let's just go do the cauldrons. Hello, buddy. Oh, dude, I am so excited for the Burning Shores DLC. I can't wait. It's gonna be fantastic. Coconut, have you played the Horizon games? Nope. You should. They're good. PC expert nerd. Well, you can play Horizon Zero Dawn on PC. No excuse.
Should be able to find data to over whole doorway's tangled. I bet I can get through. Maybe there's some other way in. These walls.
Go, go, go.
Cauldron I found. Maybe this is part of it. This place is in a bad way. I can see an opening behind these panels.
Get this. Also, if I'm still not sure, like, if I was gonna learn Horizon Forbidden West, like, which category I would want to do, right? I'm kind of just gathering stuff for New Game Plus in case I want to do that. I feel like, if anything, I would probably do New Game Plus, just so I can, like, skip the tutorial section. But it would be fine regardless. But, also, it is tempting to run New Game Plus Ultra Hard because Elk here is Danish, and you know, I'm Norwegian, so some competition there wouldn't hurt. Rival, yeah. Again, also, I'm just gonna quickly like promote my Discord, so if you want to join that, you know, you totally should. Boop-a-da-boop.
That light. Looks like it's some sort of canister. It works. I should be able to reach that ledge now.
Fuck you.
More canisters. I might be able to climb my way out.
Where do I need to go? Up there? Hold on. What if I just there we go. Let's go.
I can refill my pack with these later. Frostclaw. Oh, it's not gonna go down easy.
That's fine.
Maybe there's something here I can use in a fight. Focus might help me.
Nice. What the fuck? Hello. Cool. Well dead. If I was gonna do more like casual playthroughs of things, is there anything like you guys would want to see? Cause like I definitely want to stream more, and I'm thinking like I might just like begin honestly just streaming like whatever. It doesn't need to be anything like super fancy, you know, as long as like I do something. So no, I'm also going for like platinum trophies. Right. I could definitely like do some of those. Yeah.
I follow them. I find what I'm looking for.
Okay. Where am I going?
I'm not getting anywhere from here.
And Cozy Plat, some chill games, yeah. Because I definitely want to do more. I just don't have the same kind of time that I used to, you know? Back in the pandemic. When I was unemployed. It's just not the same anymore. And because of work, I'm always exhausted. And then I'm like, yeah, I want to speedrun these 18,000 different games. And then, yeah, it's a lot. Yeah. And then, you know, not only that, I want to get into game dev. I want to make games and stuff like that. And I think if I stream that, I think that's gonna be like a good motivation for me to like actually make stuff, right? And then also, I have made a game dev channel that I'm gonna actually post videos to, you know, devlogs, stuff like that. So you know, if you want to follow that, I mean, it's just that. Also, new logo. I'm thinking of maybe going with. I think it's cute. So, yeah.
Let's get these overrides. Something's wrong. What are these things? Looks like this regulates the power running through the core. The part's been taken. And it's
No. Yeah, you need the logo.
that means I can follow its trail.
You need the coconut is what you need.
It's not hooking onto that. Whatever took it must have climbed out of here. There has to be a way to follow the trail up there. Is that a scrap pile? I've never seen it so big. The machines must be scrapping the cauldron for parts. That's why they stuck around. I'm gonna need my focus if I want to find anything around here. Found it. Whoa!
Impulse, hello. Hi, cutie patootie. How's it going? Bet, Impulse, but you should come to GDQ then, to SGDQ. I don't know what Coconut's plans are, but I really want to go, so
Especially not carrying this.
GDQ, yeah. SGDQ meetup. Hype. It's Games Done Quick speedrunning event, massive speedrunning event. When is this? We don't have any dates for SGDQ yet. Most likely late June. I mean, if we're lucky, we get to know after GDQ right now, right?
That might work. This should make things easier.
Go. Go, 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 go.
This again. At least I know I can get back to the core from here. Messing with their stuff.
Dude, fuck off. Nice. Just die.
I need to get the component to the core. Fast.
We're fine, Aloy. We're fine. Pick it up. Go, go, go. Seek. Just gotta get over there and plug it in.
Don't like the sound of that. Right up there. Now I need to reboot. Or not.
Just die. Damn it. No. Just die. Why is this bitch ass snake not dead yet? Thank God. About time, Jesus.
So let's try this again. These machine overrides should come in handy. Another mystery machine.
Says they're mystery missions because I haven't scanned them in New Game Plus. So. Again, I just want to show off my Hollow Knight tattoo. Need to get it fixed up a bit because it's missing some ink here and there because of some issues I ended up having, but otherwise it's pretty so pretty. Five champions tokens, baby.
Guess I'm blasting my way out of here.
Cool. That was another cauldron done. Do what you want to do. Missing 2 pieces. I need 15 more to get those 2 weapons. 15 more. And then there's a lot of dice and stuff that's 5 each. And I want to get all of those. Okay. Might as well go get this campfire. Let's just go do this one. Let's get it done. Get it done and over with. Oh, actually, Coconut, you're still here, right? Coconut.
Looks like some kind of dig site. What's going on here? These are the coordinates Vezra gave his henchmen in the Daunt. Time to see what the Eclipse are up to. I don't think I can open my doors from here. Whoever's in these ruins doesn't want any visitors.
Dead.
Eclipse. I need to get into those ruins and find out what they're up to. These machines look like they've been...
Dead. Killed instantly. Okay, just put it back here. Okay, whatever.
need to get into those ruins and find out what they're up to.
Dead. Human kill, let's go. Hi, Jeff. How's it going?
That's all of them. Now, I need to get into these ruins. Stop whatever this Vezra's doing.
Hey! I can help you get in.
I'm good. Just vibing. Did some de-rusting earlier for Titanfall. Now I'm kind of just vibing with this, so
We have Vezra. Would have worked.
I need to collect some thingy things. I'm trying to like get all of the New Game Plus stuff, pretty much. I've already played through the entire game before, so.
Look at all this. Must have been some battle the old ones fought here.
Who are you?
Yeah, fuck you. Didn't get to say alarm, huh? But yeah, no, I'm just vibing.
The old ones fought hard here. Looks like this place was under siege.
I wanted to show something off to Coconut, but then he disappeared. Sag.
That's my way in.
Soon, we will reap our
Quite an
destiny.
operation the Eclipse have here. Time to put an end to it.
Dude.
Upon this fortress, we construct the foundation of our empire. We privilege you over thousands.
Craft the weapons, the ammo, I mean.
No longer are we burdened by the Kasha masses.
Shooting us.
We are free.
This fucker over here.
To conquer.
Bro. badass behind him. Let's go.
Now for their leader. Those speakers have to be connected to a power source somewhere. Probably inside that big structure. Bet that's where I'll find him.
Yep. Let's get over there.
The known world will tremble as our shadow stretches across the land.
He really likes his voice.
Prisoners.
Who is she?
I gotta let them. Now to take care of Vezra. That Ravager isn't gonna make things easy. Gotta take it out fast.
Hello? Why did it lock me? That's that one. He's sick as fucking lame, my bad. I'm sorry. How are you doing though, buddy? The any percent run is 2 hours. Yeah, definitely marathon submittable for sure. New Game Plus is even shorter, of course, because it skips the tutorial section, so that's 1 hour 42. You know B-Dud too? Nick was in here earlier and I was like, I know B-Dud. Apparently everyone knows him. I'm like, who? Ah. They're in the Discord. Cool. Infinite jumps. Infinite jumps are, so apparently the ruling on it so far is as far as I can tell, it's like, yeah, if you use them and then it's patched out, your run gets removed kind of deal. because they're pretty certain it's gonna get patched out. But I mean, you never know. I don't have. Oh, I can make this one sick. Dude, what am I doing? Activate my fucking overshield. There we go.
Looks like Vezra spent some time in here. I'll take a look around. Find out if there's any more clips we need to worry about.
If you're seeing this, it means you've...
I've seen this before. I think that's the last of them.
And patching the console, yeah.
Don't. If the others are still alive, they'll find it and try to join me here.
Now, let's work it out first, which I did.
5 tribes. 5 bombs. That's what I need. With their capitals in ruins, they will have no choice but to submit to my rule.
I'll say this for Vezra. He dreamed big.
Yeah. How do you do the jump? I'll show you in a second.
I should talk to Yef. Let him know what I found.
What did you find?
Cool. Completed. Let's go. Okay, so the invisible wall, the infinite jumps is basically like any wall, like this, right? So you have to have like a specific setting on. For the PS5 version, it's you have to have favorite performance on so that you get 60 FPS instead of 30. And then you jump, you do this, and you can hear that she lands. And if you use the like longbow, you can see like it zooms in a bit when you stand, so then you know when to jump, and then you can kind of just like keep jumping up. So that's infinite jumps. That's also how I have, because one of the duplication glitches uses infinite jumps, which is why I have like a fuck ton of resources. Yeah. Let me go pick up some stuff. Heal up.
Hail champ. Yeah, the next time I'm on leave.
With regards to feet, our clan.
I missed it. I was stuck on guard yet. That fight. Wait, you were there?
Healed up. Restocked. Sig. So yeah, like it's not too hard to do, and it's pretty cool. I hope they don't patch it out, but I mean we'll see. It makes sense why it isn't patched out right now, right? Because they're focusing on making the DLC. So if anything, it could maybe be patched out like together with the DLC, unless like not enough casual players have done it to where the point is they can't be bothered to fix it, you know? Which is possible as well. I mean, you never know.
The tribe owes you a great champion.
There walks Hikaru's champion.
Go, go. Yeah, I showed you the out of bounds glint. I want to show Coconut too, but he's gone. He disappeared. But yeah, no, I don't know. I kind of want to learn to run. But again, it's such like a time commitment too. It's why do I want to do so many things at the same time and I don't have time for No. Sick. Giga Chan graphics. It's a pretty game.
Going down.
Ooh. Pick me up, buddy. Let's get out of here. Where are we going now? Yeah, it's open world. You can go pick up this side quest, I guess. Yeah, no, it's the Horizon series is really good. Highly recommend. Definitely up there. It's one of my favorite games at this point. No. The speedrun's good. I want to learn the speedrun for this game. It's like 2 hours long. Because the main quest is like pretty linear, and even though it's open world, which, you know, you would think that it like lends itself to have some kind of sequence breaks, it doesn't really have that many sequence breaks as far as I know. Like, it seems like you have to finish each of the main quests to be able to like progress. Hello.
Are you Chaplain Gerald?
Thank you, thank you.
My brother will make it.
What's going on here?
No slacking, soldier! I'm coming, I'm coming.
It's this one.
Penta, you better stay safe.
Dante. She were her feet off the.
Let's do this one.
Could jump off a cliff. My feet wouldn't be on the ground.
Honor and strength. They all turn off.
Drop. You, as one enemy falls.
You are welcome here.
Go. Yeah, I'm just trying to collect all of the New Game Plus stuff.
This is the mountain where that Tanakh throws it with the Stormbird. Poor thing. Rika's armor should be around here somewhere. A fragment of Rika's armor. There must be more. Another armor fragment.
What's the rest? I don't remember.
Whoa! It must be the Stormbird that killed Farika.
What happened to Titanfall? I did the D-Rest run, and then I was kind of tired, and I just wanted to vibe, so... Yeah, definitely gonna do more though. How are you doing, Kavuth? What are you up to? Hi, Bites. Nice.
You got a Rika Stormbird. One more bit of armor. I'll watch the machine.
Yeah, we should definitely make that into a copy pasta. Her next stream, everyone should just spam that. He's gonna be so mad. So mad.
Focus might find something I missed.
But I can't wait. Here's the last armor piece.
Looks like another bit of armor. I guess that's it then. I should let the Tanakh know I...
Oh, dude, yeah, she would be so bad. But at the same time, it would be so funny.
Come and trade.
it's worth. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Restock. Thank you.
Will you trade with it tonight?
Here it is. Repair this one. Boom. Oof. I am. Still missing one for the thing.
Catching snowflakes on my lashes.
I think actually I'm gonna end the stream here. Getting kind of tired. I've been live for 4.5 hours, so. But it's been a good time. Definitely excited to get back into it. For the game dev stuff, I think I mentioned I think every Saturday would probably work out for that. So I think if I'm able to, I might start that on Saturday and then kind of just like see how that goes. See how I feel about it. And it seems like people enjoyed the idea in my Discord, so speaking of, I'm gonna plug that one more time. I mean, yeah, Nightbot just posted it, but I'll do it again. Yes. Who do I raid? Who the heck do I raid? Are there any cool speedrunners live right now? Do you guys have any ideas? Ignored. Yeah, no, it's pretty dead on my side too, but I'm like, the only ones that are really live for me are like bigger streamers. Do I just do I just send y'all to Non? Even though I've like never spoken in this chat. Because I do it. Yes. All right. Cool. Writing none. Yeah, thank y'all for vibing. It's been a good stream. It's been a good stream. I don't know when I'll be back to it. I said hopefully I can make Saturday work out for the dev stuff. Otherwise I'm kind of just gonna have to see. I am working tomorrow, but I might stream like after tomorrow if I feel up for it. GDQ Tuesday, right? So no stream tomorrow then actually, because I have to go to bed early. That's true. But yeah, no, it's gonna be cool. Do you know if we're doing another practice run like tomorrow or tonight? I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I'll still be up for a while, so if we're doing it, then I'll be available, most likely. Alright. Bye!